All right, so good afternoon, everybody. This is our yearly meeting on LIHEAP. And Commissioner, I think that you are first up. So Commissioner Barton Reeves and et al. And Deputy Commissioner Peter Hadler. I'm assuming that's who's at the table right now. So Commissioner, the floor is yours. If you want to first, let's welcome everybody here. Representative Walker, do you have any words?
No.
Representative Nuccio,
I'm all set, ma'am. Thank you.
Senator Berthel.
Good morning, Senator. I'm all set. Thank you.
We have Energy and Technology. Senator Needleman, are you here? Representative Steinberg.
Yes, welcome, Chair Austin. Senator Neiman will be joining us momentarily.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you go. Just, he makes me tell the truth. Suffice it to say, I take you at your statement. Here we are again with LIHEAP, and it's just as wrenching as it's been every past year. And I hope we get through this smoothly. Thank you.
Thank you. And Senator Needleman, the opening comments.
Thank you, Senator Austin and Representative Steinberg. No, just thanking everybody for participating in this. And I agree with, let's try to move this along. People need the help. And I think that we just have to vote on it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is who are the ranking members for energy? I apologize. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I won't be as verbose as my chairs. Great to see everyone, and let's move along. Thank you.
All right. Who's the senator?
Senator
Senator Fazio. And then we have Human Services, Representative Gilchrist,
Hello, happy to be here. Thank you.
Senator Lesser. And Representative Gilchrist, who are the rankings on Senator Simonara?
And
Good
Representative,
afternoon, everybody. Look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. And as Bill Buckby said, I'll say good afternoon, not good morning, but hopefully you're not here till the evening.
All righty. All right, great. Now, Commissioner, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Senator. Good afternoon. So to the esteemed co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Human Services, Appropriations, and Energy and Technology Committees, I am Andrea Barton-Rees. I'm the Commissioner for the Department of Social Services, and with me today is my Deputy Commissioner, Peter Hadler. We also have an array of staff who are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time today as we present our appropriations plan for LIHEAP. So are we going to start with the presentation? Okay, all right, so, yes. All right, thank you. So I'll start while Sue gets the presentation going. We do have a PowerPoint presentation that we believe gives context to what we're doing, but the first two slides I think I can follow while she finds it. So LIHEAP, as we know, is actually administered by the Office of Community Services within the Department of Health and Human Services, which is a federal program that allows us as states to assist households with lower incomes to meet their energy needs. And for us at DSS, we administer LIHEAP through DSS as our and it's commonly known as CEAP, which is our Connecticut Energy Assistance Program. We want to thank a number of people, including Governor Lamont, the General Assembly, the Office of Policy and Management for their continued support of this program. I know that we are here every year. This is actually my first year here, and that it can be a very complicated process, and we appreciate all that you do to have us here. We'd also like to thank our community action agencies, our local volunteer intake sites, our participating fuel vendors, our utility companies, United Way, Operation Fuel, Connecticut Legal Services, and the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. We also finally would like to extend a special thank you to the Low Income Energy Advisory Board for their support of this program, their advice and their recommendations for this federal fiscal year 2024. And the plan before you does incorporate many of the recommendations that the LIHEAP has made. So as a place to start, yes, so we can go right to 6, I think. Thank you. All right, so as a place to start, we do contract at DSS with our community action agencies to provide and administer the SEEP services to all of the households. You can see that in just a few days, the community action agencies will start taking applications. Then in November, we will see the first day of deliveries, and we have the other dates outlined there. The deadline for fuel authorizations, the last day to apply runs into the following spring, and the last day to submit any deliverable fuel bills runs into June. So we are essentially a year-round program, although the bulk of the work that we do is to deliver fuel and keep people warm in the winter. We have made some significant process improvements, hearing very clearly the recommendations from LIHEAP and also feedback that we've just received from our community action agencies. And as a result of that, we've done a number of things, all of which you'll see on this slide, but that includes the launch of our online application and our new client portal, which we believe will make it much easier for people to get access to these benefits and services. We're actually doing a data match so that it makes it easier for people to apply. You need not provide every single thing that you know about your income. We are actually using data that's already available to us through other state systems and determining that so we can do more rapid income eligibility verification. As I mentioned, we've simplified the application process. We're also using electronic funds transfer for our fuel vendors. They've asked for that, and we have responded to that as quickly as we could, including providing faster fuel vendor payments. That last bullet explains all of the things that we've done to expand client options for accessing SEEP beyond the traditional showing up at your community action agency. So we have many different doors through which you can go to get access. They include online, email, mail, telephone. This way, it's far more inclusive and far fewer people have barriers to actually accessing the benefit. The other thing that we have done is we have included what is known as categorical income eligibility for households. So in households where there is at least one member who receives any of these benefits, they are considered also eligible for SEEP or LIHEAP funding and support. And this creates an enormous number of significant administrative efficiencies and the customer experience. So we've heard very clearly that when you are cold, you cannot wait. And so we've really tried to find ways in which people can get access to the application and determine their eligibility more quickly. So here on this slide is a history of our SEEP funding from 2018, and it includes our current year and our proposed year. So as you can see in FY 18, 19, and 20, we were essentially at about the $80 million level. Some were higher, some were lower. We can see in FY 19, it was about 81, and we went back to FY 20 up to 88. Now, when the pandemic hit, we were able to receive a number of additional resources, and you can see the additional resources reflected in the CARES line and in ARPA dollars in particular in 2022 and 23. You can see there were additional dollars for disaster relief and infrastructure. In 24, all of those dollars have gone away. So we are now back to the pre-pandemic dollars of about $84 million, which you can see, which is in our proposed budget, which includes the 7 million in carryover, which I will speak to a little bit in our presentation. Slide. So for the sake of clarity, because all of those numbers are in many charts, we thought it might be helpful to break down our estimated budget a bit. So you can see our total LIHEAP block grant in and of itself is about $75 million. Then there is money set aside for infrastructure investment, which we saw on the previous slide. There's $7 million in carry forward funds, and I'll explain how we use those. And then there's $400,000 for some vendor refunds, because there are circumstances in which vendors can't make deliveries or we owe them money in some way, shape, or form. So we do have to budget for that. You'll see, however, when we move into FY 2024, there is not a carry forward fund in this particular appropriation or allocation that we're looking at. We still have $5 million less in our LIHEAP benefits, but you can see the costs that are broken down there, and these are the same costs that we have each year. We have administration. The vast majority of that money goes to the community action agency so that they can operationalize the program. Then we have what's known as Assurance 16, which is required for us to have by statute, and we have to pay for that. And that is case management services, also administered through our community action agencies, that is separate from LIHEAP funding. You'll also see we have $1.2 million that is set aside for furnace repair and replacement. That is money that we provide. We often find, especially those who of our older citizens who've been living in their homes for quite some time, their furnaces break down, they do not have any additional resources available to fix those furnaces. And so we have money, a limited pool of money, as you can see, set aside in order to be able to do that. The technology and system enhancements that you've seen is money that we have used before in order to bring all of those new ways in which people can apply and update systems. And that is a small portion of what we have here. There's deep health and safety barrier remediation. This addresses health and safety concerns that people have in our low-income communities that prevent them from actually getting the heating support that they need. We do need to let people know what we're doing. We have a very modest budget of $50,000 to do that. And then there is the unlocking of the LIHEAP SNAP benefit, which I will turn to Deputy Commissioner Peter Hadler to explain because it is actually quite complex.
Thank you, Commissioner. I will just very briefly summarize the LIHEAP SNAP benefit. This is something that we have incorporated into our allocation plan for many years now.
So,
And-
Deputy Commissioner, you need to identify yourself on the
sure.
on the
Hi.
mic. I'm sorry.
I'm Peter Hadler, and I'm the Deputy Commissioner at DSS. And I just very quickly would like to summarize the LIHEAP SNAP benefit. This is a funding line that we use LIHEAP dollars to be able to provide to SNAP households, which in turn allow them to recalculate their SNAP benefits and draw down significantly higher amounts of funding from SNAP. So by investing $1.8 million in LIHEAP funding, we're able to unlock tens of millions of dollars for our residents in SNAP funding. So there's a good investment in being able to draw down more funds to support families who are participants in both SNAP and SEEP.
The next slide outlines our proposed allocation, our plan eligibility and benefit levels. So you can see, depending on the size of your household and whether or not you're at or below a particular percentage of the federal poverty guidelines, we do have numbers here that reflect what you can receive in rental assistance and whether or not what your basic benefit amount is, whether or not you are a vulnerable or non-vulnerable household. A vulnerable household, just as a reminder, is a household that has persons over 60, persons under 6, and people with disabilities. So the vulnerable households, depending on where you are in the federal guidelines and even the state median income, is set at $530. The higher it is, the lower it becomes based on the chart that we have here. And the same is true for the non-vulnerable. This year, we are able, with the funding that we know we have available to us, to offer crisis assistance in two rounds, the first benefit and a second benefit. And the chart below actually outlines what the percentages are based on the size of the household and the different benefit level. Next slide, please. So here is a more detailed view of what that means in terms of the level of the basic fund and the first and second crises. So what actually is, I think, more obvious here is that you can see with the additional $40 million we had and other funding we had available to us from the feds last year, we were able to provide third and fourth rounds of crisis funding. With the available appropriations that we have, we are only able now to provide the first and second rounds of crisis funding in addition to the basic funding at the different levels for our vulnerable and non-vulnerable populations. All right, and now I will turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Peter Hadler, who will walk us through the fixed margin pricing program.
Thank you, Commissioner. So I'm going to briefly describe the process by which we set our margins for reimbursing home heating oil deliverable fuels. This is a approach that we have implemented for approximately 10 years that we set originally in guidance and in consultation with our fuel vendor partners. So the way that this process works is that every day we establish a price for home heating oil delivered to households around the state using information based on the Oil Price Information Service, or OPIS, which is a private energy data company. Again, this was something that we did in collaboration with SEMA and oil vendors when we first implemented this approach. The way it works is that we have a fixed margin plus a county differential that allows us to set a price each day for deliveries. Approximately 10 million gallons of fuel have been delivered each year under this program. And all the savings that come from this are leveraged into additional benefits for SEEP households. And this is especially important during this year, where we have reduced funding across the board at benefit levels. Next slide, please. So you can see here, this is we use a 50-cent base margin for each gallon of fuel that's delivered, plus a county differential to account for geographic differences around the state. So you'll do a little bit of math, you get your 50 cents, and the range can be between 53.3 cents and 61.5 cents per gallon based on the location of the vendor. I believe the next slide shows a little bit of that math. And so here at the bottom, you can see how that works. We get the price from the New Haven rack average, which is the wholesale price at New Haven Harbor, as reported through OPIS. We add the fixed margin of 50 cents per gallon. And then for each vendor, depending on their location, they get a county differential. And there you can see how the total reimbursement price is set at the bottom of the line there. And I know that this is something that has been a topic of conversation between legislators and home heating oil vendors. We are very open to potentially alternatives. We've had conversations with SEMA as well as with DEEP to explore alternative options for setting reimbursement levels. We recently explored the potential of using DEEP published data, which only comes out weekly, which turned out to be a challenge, but for the oil vendors, and also because the new state statute requires that there be a daily pricing level set. We are also hoping to be able to find additional information about alternative sources that we may be able to use. We understand that OPIS is no longer sort of the benchmark of record anymore. It doesn't have as much information as is helpful to be able to distinguish between different types of geographical differences between different racks around the state. So we're engaged with SEMA and others to be able to find alternative methods of reimbursement. We have not had one to the point where we needed to develop this allocation plan. So we have maintained the fixed margin rack program. And I think, we have been very careful not to reduce the amount of that, recognizing that there are costs involved for all of the parties. I think that's notable, particularly this year, where we have seen reductions across the board in all the other categories of services funded through LIHEAP. Next slide, please. So I'm briefly going to discuss a few of the other things that LIHEAP funds under conservation services. We have a weatherization barrier remediation program that the commissioner referenced in that budget document, as well as our heating system repair and replacement. Within that, we also do a clean tune test for heating oil systems to be able to make sure that they're running optimally for when that fuel is delivered. Next slide, please. So our program, a plan proposes to give $1 million to DEEP for the purpose of addressing these health and safety barriers to weatherization. So this is really an important funding stream to be able to unlock weatherization dollars. This allows us to go in and address different kinds of elements. I guess you can go to the next slide. We have a description of some of the things that qualify as health and safety barriers, mold, pests, carbon monoxide, knob and tube wiring, things like that. By using this $1 million to make those repairs that weatherization cannot pay for, it then prepares a house to be able to be weatherized. DEEP expects an average expenditure of $8,000 per home through this program, with a maximum expenditure of $15,000 per home. Next slide, please. So here I want to talk briefly about our heating system repair and replacement program. The commissioner referenced this. This has been a part of our LIHEAP program for many, many years. It's very vital for those households in the middle of the winter where their furnace breaks down and they have no other alternative option for being able to get heat. We partner with our community action agencies and contractors around the state to be able to replace those systems so that they can have their heat back on during the cold winter months. Next slide, please. I mentioned this briefly earlier, describing the LIHEAP benefit for SNAP households, the $1.8 million allocation. This goes into the fairly complex process of calculating your SNAP benefits. By having the $20.01 delivered to each of these households, they get to recalculate their SNAP benefits using the standard utility allowance for heating and cooling, which in turn allows them to deduct more money off of their income and unlock more federal dollars for SNAP. And here we've got, I just wanted to draw attention again to this chart that we presented earlier. This is really, I think, one of the most important views here to be able to see that federal funding level that has been so instrumental in allowing us to increase benefits for the past 3 years, and how we're returning back to a pre-pandemic level of funding for the program. One of the big challenges for us is that we have also increased our caseloads. That bottom line there on this graphic will show you how the caseloads have grown in recent years. We have seen significant growth since fiscal year 21 and are projecting approximately 10% growth going into fiscal year 24. We served over 100,000 households last year for the first time on record. And again, this is our benefit matrix, and our services do have to return to this level because this is our level of federal funding. If there's additional federal funding that comes in, we will be certain to provide that to clients, as we have done for the past few years. For example, last year when the emergency supplemental and disaster relief funding came in from the feds, we were able to add the additional crisis assistance benefit and provide more benefits to households. And finally, do want to note that we are not reducing the margins for deliverable fuel vendors, despite the decreases across the board otherwise. Commissioner?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. So although we are facing a reduction in the amount of federal funding, we have, under the guidance and direction of OPM and the governor, we have been able to, and of course, thank all of you for voting for all of these things. We have some social safety net investments that we just hope to bring to the fore and resurface. And that includes an increase in the earned income tax credit from 30% to 40%, some addition, at least an additional $10 million in flexible client supports for our community action networks, which are essential to doing quite a bit of our work. We also have increases to TFA eligibility thresholds, because we know that we've heard this time and again, you need to raise the threshold so more families can get access to temporary family assistance. And we have done that. Not only it's the benefit levels, it's the amount of time that you can remain on the program as well. We've also increased the eligibility for Medicaid Husky C, and we have launched State Husky so that we can ensure that young children also have access to care. And we're continuing to launch the expansion of covered CT so that we can get more adults, especially those that might be coming off of Medicaid because of the unwinding, moving on to Connecticut to covered CT. So we want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We know that some of the decisions that you'll be asked to make today are challenging ones. So I just wanted to offer some context for what we've just presented today. That LIHEAP has always been sort of a three-pronged approach to providing heating and fuel support for all of the people in the state of Connecticut who meet the eligibility criteria in our low-income families. So we do have our immediate relief under LIHEAP, where we are providing the funds as we've described today. We have the addressing of health and safety barriers, which we do under our remediation efforts that we described, and our fiscal stability, meaning having money that's immediately available while we wait for our federal dollars to come in. And that's what we've been using as carry forward. So we've thought very carefully about the design of the program and have followed that, and understand that with the withdrawal and the reduction of federal dollars, that the decisions are more difficult. But we appreciate your hearing us today, and we thank you for your time, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're going to finish all agency briefings before we go into questions. I believe you're all set with this allocation plan. We can drop that down now. Okay, great. Thank you. We have with us today Victoria Hackett, Bureau Chief from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. Are you there, ma'am?
I am.
If you want to give us a little good morning.
Afternoon.
If you want to give us a little breakdown of what DEEP is doing with the dollars that they receive under the current proposed LIHEAP plan.
Sure. And this is Victoria Hackett. I am the Bureau Chief at the Bureau of Energy and Technology Policy at DEEP. Thank you for having us here today. REP serves, so the funding that we're getting is to support our residential energy preparation services program. And that is a program that provides remediation of health and safety barriers to weatherization. So our program is known as the REPS program, and it serves renter and owner occupied 1 to 4 unit buildings. As of July 2023, 4 months into the official start of the program, we've completed projects in 18 homes with another 57 in progress where work is actively being completed. And of these 75 projects, 21 are currently being or have already been treated for asbestos or vermiculite. 63 are either being or have been treated for mold or moisture barriers, and 5 are currently receiving or have received remediation for their old unsafe electrical wiring, knob and tube wiring. And this means that 75 households that otherwise would not have been able to move forward with weatherization are now able to do so. And this program it takes referrals from our weatherization assistance program, which is federally funded, as well as from the conservation and load management programs, Home Energy Solutions Income Eligible program. And then so when a contractor from one of those programs runs into health and safety barriers that prevent them from conducting the weatherization that they're there to perform, they refer those homes that are eligible into this program. This program takes care of the health and safety barriers and then refers the home back into the program that they came from so that the weatherization can be performed. Program targets, which were based on the secured $7 million of ARPA funding that we received in 2021, as well as the $1.1 million in LIHEAP funding that we received last year, are for 108 units by the end of this fiscal year, 215 or September 30th, 23, 215 additional units by September 30th, 24, 301 additional units by September 30th, 25, for a total of 624 units. And the 1 million in this proposed plan would allow us to serve 112 additional units. So the program is funded by both ARPA and LIHEAP dollars. The ARPA funds expire at the end of 2026. Therefore, REPS has approximately $1.7 million in ARPA funds per year until 12/31/26. In 23, as I said a little bit earlier, REPS received 1.1 million in LIHEAP funding. And I'm happy to take any questions on the program.
We would appreciate you staying online. Can you possibly send us the 75 homes that you were talking about and their geographic location within the state of Connecticut and exactly what is being done in those homes? We don't need the street address, obviously. What we're looking for is where in the state the dollars are going. Are they in our urban areas, our rural areas, our suburban areas? Where are they relative to the services that are helping us rehabilitate some of the homes so that they can access other weatherization and usage? If you could get that to us, that would be great.
Yes, I can do that. I can tell you that I think a substantial number of the early homes that we have serviced have been in the Waterbury area, because I do believe that a number of the earliest referrals that we got were from New Opportunities Incorporated. But I can check with our staff and get the exact numbers. The program contract does require geographic diversity. So.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with the chairs and the ranking members of the respective communities. And what we want is you cannot ask any more than 2 questions. You cannot ask any more than 2 questions. So do not make a question have 3 parts to it, please. That means that that's 3 questions, not 1 with 3 parts, 2 questions. So we're going to start with Representative Walker.
Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I want to ask about your administration, the administration allocation of 7.7 million that is identified in here. I'd like to ask about a few of them, but I only have 2 questions. So in that dollar amount at 7.7, how much of that money goes to the community action agencies?
It's the vast majority of it. It's we're limited by statute at 10% of the overall LIHEAP block grant, which is why that number is what it is. It funds some positions at DSS and the vast majority are at the community action agencies.
Can we have the breakdown of what it is going to the community action agencies
Yeah.
as opposed to giving us vague numbers? I don't
Certainly,
know. I
yes.
just, we're
not something
trying to
that-
understand the additional things that we have in this, in the categories from the proposed amounts. And we're trying to figure out where the real needs are. And I'm sure that there are a lot of needs, but Community Action Agency, I know has a need because they've had to modernize and they had to do a lot of things because there were a lot of complaints before, as we know, about lost forms. So getting it automated was critical. And so the money that is in here, I want to know how much of that goes to the community action agencies actually for their funding.
90% is going to the community action agencies of that line item.
90% of that is okay. And that has, okay, that was my second question. So, okay, I'll be back. Because I cannot set up a bad example because I know that I have a lot of people following me. Thank you very much.
Representative Nuccio.
So I just wanted to state and clarify that it's 2 questions to begin with, and then afterwards, if we have more, as Tony just said, we can come back.
Yeah.
Because I have a heck of a lot more than 2 questions. That is not a question. That was a statement. There was no question in there. Okay, so to follow up on what Representative Walker was just asking about, you're saying 90% of the 7.7 million goes to the community action agencies. I'd like to know, and if you don't know this, maybe OFA does, what is the total amount that we are paying the CAAs from the state of Connecticut for their services beyond just this LIHEAP program?
We do have contracts with each of the community action agencies, and we can get you the list of those agencies and the contract amounts that we have with them.
So my problem is, I don't know if anybody can get that fairly quickly because we're voting on this now. And
Yes.
I don't know when the deadline for this application is, but I'm focusing in on this 7.7 million and also the federal, see, you had me thinking how I can ask questions and not ask questions because like, you know, a simple question is not be a question. I'd like to understand exactly what we're paying the CAAs. I don't know if OFA, Neil's shaking his head, has that number. And I'd also like to know from DSS, what has your lapse been for the last 5 years at the end of every fiscal year?
Oh, I don't have that right now, Representative. I'd have to get that from our CFO.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is there someplace that I can look online to obtain that information?
not that I know of, no, but we can see if we can get that for you.
Can you tell me if it's been more than $7 million?
I can tell you that at least last year, I don't think it was more than $7 million.
Okay.
Okay, but I will find out for sure.
Thank you for that. Senator Berthel, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, I do. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation as well. I'm just curious, and again, maybe it's not a number that we can have right now, but I wish we could. How much additional funding would be required to reach last year's benefit levels? How much would we need to provide?
So at this point, last year we had an additional $40 million that was available to us in order to meet those numbers. And we don't have that available this year. So that is essentially the number that we received from the Fed so that we could offer the 3rd and 4th rounds of funding and offer a higher rate in the in the basic benefit and in the 1st and 2nd crisis. So that would be the general number that I would say we would need to.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. No, I appreciate the answer. And then if, I guess my second question, and again, I don't know if it's easy enough to provide an answer, but if all of the ARPA money that was set aside last year had been used, how much would benefits have increased?
No.
Well, we are expending the vast majority of the funds. There's the $7 million that we have put into this year's budget to be able to increase the benefits this year. So all the dollars except for the 7 million have been expended primarily on client benefits.
Okay, so I think we, Madam Chair, this is not a question, it's more of a clarification, right? So we had 30 some odd million in ARPA in 21 and then another 60 million in ARPA in 22, I believe, if I saw those numbers correctly on the chart on the screen. So you're saying that we used all but 7 million of that for supporting the funding for the benefits. Did I ask that the right way? And I guess that was a third question, Kathy, sorry.
It was. And can you answer that? And then we're going on to the next person, which will be Senator Needleman.
I'll just note the ARPA funds were expended. I mean, I think if you go back and you see the benefit matrices and the amount of dollars that we were able to deliver to households, they were significantly higher during those years where we had that additional ARPA funding. If it was 100% used for client benefits, I do not have the answer to that. We can get you a breakdown if some portion of that was used for administration, for example.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Madam Chair.
And just to clarify, we did not spend the ARPA dollars last year. That was not, that we didn't spend the 30 extra million that we put in on a special session.
Right, that's kind of where I was going with that. All right, thank you.
Senator Needleman, do you have any questions, sir?
I do not. Just a very quick statement. Madam Chairwoman, it would be great to be able to help poor people, lower income people more. However, we received one-time money. We managed to stretch that over 3 years. Generally speaking, fuel prices have stabilized. I don't think this is the right time to be trying to play around with this. This, in my opinion, the way I look at this is it's an up or down vote. And it's pretty perfunctory at this point. We did, for informational purposes, work with Pura, and Pura extended the shut-off moratorium for electric for hardship customers through next April. Caught a lot of flack for that. We advocated for it. The utilities agreed. Pura did it administratively. And I think that's been helping people a lot also. So I just want to say thank you to the commissioner and for all the work that's been done on this. And it just is, it goes with the saying, there's no free lunch here. We get extra money and then we want to continue spending at that level. This is not the process to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Representative Steinberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I think this is my 13th LIHEAP hearing. And the one thing that's consistent is the need is urgent and acute, and the feds never give us enough money to get the job done. And it was wonderful last year to be in a position whereby we could supplement in a way that we could contemplate third and fourth rounds of relief. But since those dollars are not available, and since we have reason to expect that supply rates will go up again in January, what are the real world ramifications for only being able to supply 2 rounds of relief? That was our experience prior to these supplemental funds being available. What happens to the people after that second round? I mean, if that happens and we have a cold winter, then may not be shut off, but what are the real world ramifications?
Thank you for your question. The real world ramifications are rather stark, and that's what we're most concerned about. So we spent a lot of time trying to design a plan where if there were a milder winter, that the 2 rounds of relief may be able to get most households through the rest of the winter. If in fact it turns out to be a much colder winter, then we would in fact come back and ask for some opportunity to access more funding. I don't know what that might look like. We're really hoping that that our federal partners will understand that it's really inhumane to have people live in the cold, and that with that, they would hopefully set any kind of partisanship or politics aside and make sure that just people stay warm. We don't necessarily have a specific plan. And our plan really is to try to spend everything that we have, which is really the $7 million in carryover. So if we can use that, That is really sort of our contingency plan. We use that in addition to being able to give some of our community action agencies, and you know this obviously much better than I do, to at least give them a head start. We're just trying to set aside as much money as we can. So the way that we have it budgeted, it doesn't contemplate a third and fourth round, but we will just have to go back and look and see what available funds there might be to do that if it turns out that it's necessary.
Thank you for that answer. I really do appreciate it. And I think the important takeaway for our colleagues is that we have a process and that virtually every winter we are assessing both in terms of the severity of the winter and the number of people who are in distress. And we're also hopefully counting on the feds to do the right thing. But we have a process by which we can supplement carefully with great discernment the federal dollars if we so chose, but we don't do that now. We do that when we have more information and we give the feds a chance to add more dollars to the table. I just want to make sure all of my colleagues are aware of the fact that that's the process we typically use, and we don't try to do it on the fly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Buckby, do you have any questions, sir?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. Feels like a lot of questions coming at you already here. I just have a brief one. I'm concerned with the funding we're getting is not as much as what we need, and there's a lot of money going to admin costs within this. Is any of that pushed to, let's say, just for example, like the DEEP allocation? Is there any reporting back to how much they spend on their admin piece of that $1 million that goes to DEEP?
Yes, there is. So we do get a detailed report from DEEP as to how that $1 million is spent. We all are extremely sensitive in spending on administrative costs. That is why you heard Deputy Commissioner Hadler say that 90% of the money that we have that goes to community, the 90% of the money that we have goes to community action agencies. And they also are keeping their administrative costs very low. They're required to provide a report to us periodically, at least yearly, if not more frequently than that, as to how each and every penny of what's allocated to them is spent. So we do try to make sure that they keep their administrative costs low. But Representative, we're also very sensitive to the fact that there is an enormous amount of need, and our community action agencies do tremendous work. So we also want to make sure that they have the resources that they need to do that work. So while we hold them accountable, they have actually been very excellent partners in keeping their admin costs as low as possible, as well, in addition to having as many people available to be able to administer the program.
I appreciate that answer, and I guess mine is a follow-up, but it is a second question. Is that something we could see laid out by organization that's laid out for us that you're allocating those funds to, what their percentages are back and their admin costs, that we could see that as well?
We can get that for you. I could not do that within the time frame that you have to vote today, but I can get that information to you.
I think
Yes.
that's the concern I have. This isn't a question, just a statement to it.
Sure.
That I think that's fairly important for us to have to this, and maybe it's something we should consider going forward, that we have a lot more of this information laid out as best we can prior to making such large scale decisions. I think that might be something that we want to look at in greater detail going forward. So thank you
Understood.
for your time.
Thank
Thank you
you.
for your testimony. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Fazio?
Thank you, Senator. I don't have any questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. Representative Gilchrist?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to DSS for your work on this and your presentation, in particular, streamlining the services online. I think that's really helpful. My question has to do with the fuel vendors, those providing heating oil and bioheat. Last year, we passed legislation that I believe said that the plan would include both county and regional pricing, but I'm hearing that the plan just has the regional pricing. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, thanks, Representative Gilchrist. Yeah, the current existing structure does include a county differential. So there's not a more regional variety of price distinction other than the county differential that is currently in place.
And then I'll use my second question as my follow-up. And can you speak to it? Are there plans to further that along?
Yeah, I mean, we are we are very much interested in hearing alternative options for being able to reimburse fuel vendors, alternatives that will ensure that we are able to maintain benefits for clients at the levels that we have proposed. We have engaged in conversations with SEMA and are hopeful for another data source that we might be able to use. But we don't have one in time to be able to do this plan, which is why we proposed the structure as it is. We remain open to conversations and alternatives. Again, keeping in mind that we have a fixed pot of money within the LIHEAP block grant and are trying to maximize client benefits.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Lesser?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner and Deputy for being here this afternoon. First, I want to just thank the department for some of the work that happened since we were last here and your work in the off session, particularly on the online application, and then also on working with myself, Representative Gilchrist, and our rankings on improving the payment process for the fuel oil the companies out there. I know that that's making a big difference. There's no way around it, though. This proposal is a really tough proposal. We're seeing a drop of federal funding at a time when heating oil, heating of all kinds is very high, and there's going to be, the proposal that you have before us shows a significant drop in the maximum benefit level and the minimum benefit level, and I have a lot of concerns about the real world impact on my constituents, on folks across the state. A couple questions, just reading through the testimony that we've gotten to us. There's some suggestions we've heard about the low income rate that's going into effect starting January 1, and suggestion that you look at incorporating oil assistance or heating assistance onto the common benefit application. Are those issues that the department has looked in specifically with regard to the low income rate? Is that a way we could refocus the support that we have towards deliverable fuels?
I think that's a great question, Senator Lesser. We've been working very closely with the utility companies, with PURA and with the Office of Community Counsel and Consumer Counsel in order to be able to implement that low-income discount rate in a very wide manner to be able to support many of the DSS program participants. I think that that'll be a very beneficial, component of being able to offset some of the reductions in federal funding in the coming year. We've also been looking at lots of ways to streamline our application process. We've simplified the actual application itself. We've reduced the number of questions. We've honed in on being able to deliver, hopefully a very good online application experience that will also be better in future years because we'll be able to save clients' data. They won't have to report as much information. It should hopefully be very simplified from that perspective. As to whether it could change the way we structure benefits going forward in the future, I think that is, something that is certainly worth discussing. Currently, keep in mind that utility heated households comprise 2/3 of the caseload. Deliverable fuels are approximately 1/3 of the population who receive benefits. And in general, you'll see those matrices where you see the crisis assistance benefit, that is only for deliverable fuel households. So utility heated households get the basic benefit and potentially any supplemental payment that we're able to issue in the summer to fall months.
Thank you. And then for my second question, the Low Income Energy Advisory Board urged us to have some skin in the game. And they said we should, I don't know where this number came from, but they suggested that we should target 20% of the federal grant that we've been getting. And if my math is correct, that would be about half of the appropriation that this joint committee authorized last year, about $16 million to match the 80% federal funding. Right now we've authorized zero. Now I know that of the 30 million we authorized last year, you didn't spend any of that money. If we were to go down that path, or if we were to limit the amount that could be spent on administrative costs, what would be the process going forward? Would that be to not approve it today? Would it be to amend it? Would it be to have a supplemental appropriation at a special session down the line? What would be the process?
So Senator Lesser, that's a question for the chairs of the committee. That's not really a question for DSS. And the fact is that to approve a state appropriation, we have to stay under the spending cap. None of those dollar amounts that you have cited are under the spending cap. We have a budget already in line, and we would have to to have the state have some, in quotes, skin in the game, we would have to have that voted on by the whole legislature because our budget is already in process. So those would be appropriate actions for the legislature and the committee that you chair, in the which would make a recommendation to the, should it pass out of the Human Services Committee, would make a recommendation to the Appropriations Committee. Should it pass out of Appropriations, it would be forwarded like any other bill to the floor of the House and the floor of the Senate with dollar recommendations, and our leaders would then choose whether or not we would have a vote on the floor of the House and ultimately a floor on the Senate. And after that, we would have to see if the governor would sign said appropriation. So appreciate that second question, sir. Thank you. Up next is Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everybody, for coming and providing the testimony and offering clarification to the many questions that are being forwarded to you. I too have many, but I will keep it to two, as I've been told. I understand that propane and kerosene, natural gas, electric, wood, and coal customers who are eligible for energy assistance benefits are paid the price that the vendor or utility charges a non-LIHEAP customer. Can you explain to me why oil vendors are paid based on the price established by DSS?
I can answer part of that, right? With this, the fixed margin pricing program has been in place for many years, and that is the approach that we've taken to home heating oil, which is the vast majority of our deliverable fuels is home heating oil. For example, and there are some other reasons why some of these other products are paid differently. For example, propane tanks tend to be proprietary. Individual propane companies will only allow their own products to be able to use. So there's not an opportunity to shop for alternative propane vendors. It's one of the reasons why we've historically treated propane differently. Kerosene is extremely rarely used around the state. I think we have 7 customers that we had last year who use kerosene. Other products are also very small and sporadically used. So I think the primary point is that home heating oil has been the key component of our deliverable fuel program for many years. And we have established a structure where we try to ensure that we're able to have participating vendors, but able to provide a discount for the low income residents in their areas and be able to maximize benefits. So we provide a very steady level of business for a lot of our home heating oil vendors. We're able to ensure payment. And so there are some trade-offs. There's pros and cons to being able to participate in the program. And we do recognize that it is not full retail price, and it has not been the approach that we've used in this program since its inception.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do have one other question. On page 14 of the plan, the county differentials reflect the cost of transportation, delivery, and operation costs. Can you explain where you get the data to determine each one of those costs?
I can identify that the county differentials were set based on DAS data when they previously had provided fuel to various locations around the state through state contracts. This is one of those things that I think we're having discussions with our partners about whether this is the right approach to being able to do geographical payments and whether this is accurately reflecting the costs for various vendors based on their location. We, again, are very interested in being able to provide an alternative method of payment. We need more information to be able to provide a steady approach to be able to serve all of our vendors and our partners. We are open to other ideas. We know that other states have used a blend of rack pricing across the state. We've inquired about the availability of that information, and Opus didn't have it. So we are, we really could use some additional sources of information to be able to provide a more precise and current approach to being able to serve and reimburse vendors. This is the data that we have had and has been reliable, but we are open to other approaches. And I just want to be very clear, this is a conversation we are very willing to have. If we can find something that works for the program for the vendors and for our clients.
Okay, great. I'm very happy to hear that. I have several more questions, but I will reserve.
And I
Thank
hope
you.
all of you with several more questions, listen to everybody else asking the same question. Up next is Representative Case.
Thank you.
2 questions.
2 questions, 5 comments. So thank you, Madam Chair, and once again, thank you for being here. And as some have said earlier, you know, this is many years of being here talking about this. Same questions every year. I say we had a robust session last week in our information hearing. A lot of questions in there, no answers in here. It's frustrating, and that's why people are gonna have a lot of questions, and I'm looking at the list of speakers, we might be here a while. So I guess that's and the bottom line is we want to look at accountability and transparency and see where the money is spent. If you're talking, the monies you're talking about putting out, that's less than 380 gallons of fuel to one household for the whole winter with all 3 tiers. A household takes about 1,600 to 2,000 to fuel. We ain't even touching the basis of it. And I think that's why the questions every year, this is my 11th year hearing the LIHEAP. And it's frustrating because we need to fix a problem and try to help more people. So with that, a question, legislation passed this year to move the payments to same day as the delivery. Where is that? For you.
Thank you, Representative Case. So that is the approach that we use, right? We set the daily price for deliveries each day. You know, the only information you can possibly use is the data from the wholesale rack price. That is the approach that we've used for a long time. And that is, you know, you pick it up at the wholesale for deliveries. And if your delivery is not the next day, you use the price that's established the day after. So there is a daily pricing mechanism in place to be able to provide to vendors.
The legislation says payment on the cost of fuel that day at the harbor.
Maybe I'm not understanding, Representative Case,
It
because
used to be the day before you would get authorization from the CAA. You would deliver it the next day. You'd be paid on that prior day's price of the market. The legislation we passed would be paid at the same day that it's delivered, what the cost is.
meaning they receive their payment on the same.
No,
day?
no.
Okay,
What
that's
they
what
can
I'm,
charge
yes,
is on the same day as the delivery is being delivered.
okay. That is.
There's a
okay, that
daily
is-
price that is set,
That's right.
and it is based on the date of delivery. So the date of delivery, it can change. If you pick it up on a Monday, you're authorized to pick it up on a Monday and you deliver on Wednesday or Thursday, there's a separate price for Wednesday and for Thursday. So those prices are set every day for the date of delivery.
The plan shows it's being paid on the day before's costs.
We establish the dollar amount because there's no, you have to be able to have the certainty for the next day to be able to plan routes and things like that. So you have
think-
to establish a price.
I
and
think the
publish it every day.
anticipation of legislation was to move it so it's paid the same day that the delivery is being made. In today's market, if you deliver it today on yesterday's price, it jumped 2 cents today. So you lost already.
Understood.
So the legislation was more pointed to paying today's price, and we're seeing prices changing 1 or 2 times a day in this market right now. So I guess we have to relook at that, and I think there'll be more questions on it.
Okay,
Because that was the reasoning, because the market was so volatile that it was changing so drastically from one day to the other. Could be as much as 5, 6, 7 cents a day in this past market. I guess that was I want to hear other people's questions. I have worked with you guys and talked with you guys to the extent. I still don't understand why we don't go out and look at a program where we can buy futures and buy lock-ins. We do it for gasoline in the state. We do it for oil in the state. We buy millions and millions of gallons for the whole year. And therefore, we would be able to budget a lot better and get product out to the people a lot easier if we could figure out the system. If large companies do it, I think the state of Connecticut could do it. But with that, I'll wait to hear other questions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
all right, thank you, Representative. I will make a note. I wasn't aware of that and I'll explore it. Okay.
Up next is Representative Foster.
Thank you so much for being here and presenting on this today. I have 2 questions, and I am happy for the answer to come, you know, if you feel like this is something that you can articulate differently, or send something if your staff wants to send it to us to review prior to the vote. I'm happy to read something if it can be explained in another way. But the first question is, we've talked a little bit about the sort of county regional pricing, I want to specifically say that my local oil companies, it's not the differential that they've been asking for, but they want their reimbursement to be set based on the rack that they're purchasing from versus a differential from the New Haven rack. And so if you could explain if that is something that has been ruled out and is not possible, why that's the case. It looks like there's like somewhere between a 3.16 or 37-cent difference between like Norwich, Hartford, and Massachusetts on a single day. And so I'm worried that we are going to create a system where certain regions of the market, like where I represent, will have local companies won't be able to do business the way that they do. And then my next question is, we heard many oil companies say that they were going to stop serving LIHEAP customers if changes weren't made. And I'm curious to see if there was a reduction in number of companies participating in the program in the past year. And if that's something that you continue to hear based on this plan as it's been published, that there'll be a further reduction in the number of participating oil providers.
So I will start, Representative Foster, and then I'll ask Deputy Commissioner Hadler to join because you can clearly see that he's the subject matter expert. So we've had a slight diminution in the number of providers that are participating, fuel, I should say deliverable fuel vendors in the LIHEAP program. And so the specific number we can get to you, but there's been a slight decrease in those.
And I'll just echo that is correct. It was down slightly, but we did have sufficient coverage across the state. Over 250 vendors for Connecticut were able to be providing services around the state.
Representative, you had also asked a question. I think part of your question was whether or not we had incorporated any of the recommended changes that were statutory in last year. And we are paying vendors within that 10-day window. And I know that was part of what was included in the statute, and that is happening. So that we have been responsive to that as well.
What about the rack they purchased from versus the differential from New Haven rack?
Yeah, that is a very good question. What we have not been able to obtain is a steady and reliable source to be able to identify that price at racks around the state. We would be very interested in being able to incorporate other rack data if it is reliable as a basis for being able to determine appropriate pricing based on local racks.
And just the scientist in me, is there a metric for reliability that we should be watching for?
Okay, Representative, we got your questions out. We can come back. Representative Nolan, followed by Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to streamlining. You said you changed the number of questions on forms. And could you explain how what other changes you made other than that? Because there was such a hardship for people to get things processed, and some people lost out, and some people, I know the list was just enormous in regards to people trying to get assistance. So could you explain what else might have been done to streamline other than the change of questions? Did you add staff? Are there going to be staff benefit to the community action agencies? Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, I thank you, Representative. I can start and then I'll ask Peter to join me. So we started out by asking the community action agencies what the barriers were. And the barriers were that the application was far too cumbersome. It asked for data that we had available to us as a state agency. And it also had questions that really, quite frankly, were incomprehensible to the average person who just sort of walked in and asked you. It seemed like you had to have, a law degree in order to be able to figure out what was going on the form. So we were able to simplify those. And in addition to that, we only asked the questions that you absolutely needed in order to be able to determine eligibility. And we made it easier for you to be able to go into the system with the information that you had with you, because part of what would happen is that people would come in with whatever data they had. It wouldn't be sufficient. So we tried to make the process easier by also informing people about what they need before they even come in to fill out their application, so that they would, if they prefer to come in person, we weren't having people go through this cycle of, oh, you didn't bring your pay stub. Oh, you know, you didn't bring this with you, didn't bring that with you. So that was the first part, was really informing people. So that made it a lot easier. And then when we asked questions about your household, we really demystified what a household was, because that was a very basic question that people had. And then we also simplified the manner in which we asked the questions. So the most pertinent questions are, this seems so simple, but it makes it so much easier for people. Those are upfront, right? Instead of having them sort of mixed in and sort of varied within the application. So that's where we started. And then specifically what we're asking, I'll turn over to DC Hadler.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yeah, and I would like to just note that it was a process, right? We went through, again, working with our community action agency partners, talking to clients, taking a very structured approach to redesigning the way we ask the questions on the application, but particular for the online application, which we've newly developed, taking advantage of being online and being able to have dynamically populated sections. So if you answer no on one, you don't have to answer a couple of other questions that would be there on a static form. Another thing that I think we've done that is really significant is leveraging DSS program data. So on the online application, if you apply and you identify that you receive a benefit from DSS in a qualifying program, SNAP being the most common one that picks up most of the households, because SNAP is a means tested program that which the agency has done a rigorous income evaluation for eligibility, we're able to say, you've provided this information. The state knows that you are income eligible for energy assistance, and you don't have to take any other steps. So you just immediately says, yes, you don't need to provide additional pay stubs. You've already provided them. You don't need to provide additional information. So it really takes out one of the single largest barriers to people being able to complete the process of applying, is reestablishing income eligibility. If you don't need to go through the process of the paperwork, it simplifies the process very significantly, saves an administrative side of things. We don't have to send requests for additional information. Clients don't have to conjure it up and bring it in or submit it through various channels. We've also made a big effort during the pandemic to move away from a face-to-face only model, which was historically the way the energy assistance was provided. We've been very, keen on being able to offer not just online, but phone-based applications, email applications, and mail. So there's a lot of channels for people to be able to use. We still, of course, have all of our partners in the community at the community action agencies to be able to support people who want to come in and not just explore energy assistance, but other types of assistance that they're able to provide through those services. So I think we've made a lot of progress in access, in simplification, in options, administrative efficiencies between eliminating steps in the process. And I think that has really assisted. But of course, we're also seeing a very high application volume and a very high enrollment, which just means more work. So I think our partners, the community action agencies, have done a very good job with funding that hasn't necessarily risen at the speed at which caseloads have grown. So we're hoping that some of these administrative efficiencies will allow them to be able to do more with less, but that is what we are asking of them at this point.
Okay. And my next, hold on, 2 questions. I'm going to make a statement, hoping that you can make a comment to it.
No. Nice try. No. No.
We do have control of the
Yes.
I know.
Yes, you can turn them all off.
Yeah. Do you though?
All right, so
You can always listen in and see if somebody else asks your question.
I will. So there is some concern with other agencies who were burdened with a high volume of incoming applications, or the process just was a high volume of people and their systems crashed. Could you make us feel comfortable in regards to that not happening, so that isn't going to be a worry?
So thank you for your question. We know that some community action agencies have experienced that. So we've talked with some of them about their internal IT capacity, and we've helped them and supported them in getting the kind of help that they need, so that can't happen. I can't guarantee that it won't ever happen again, but we've tried to work with them to mitigate some of the circumstances under which that occurred. So what they're doing is, at least the one I think you're speaking of, and there may be a few others, they're really trying to smooth out the process. So rather than have just everybody come in at the same time, which is what happens, they have been doing a much better job of communicating the availability of the online process that people can access and the ease in which people can actually do that on their own. So that's been very helpful. So now instead, it may actually drive more traffic to the phones because as people are online, they're calling to say, how can I get help? But that's a much easier process and far less frustrating for people than it is for them to have a system that just completely crashes altogether when they're trying to process all these applications themselves. Now, we're expecting that the demand will go up, and we are prepared to help our community action agencies to move more people online, more telephones, and we have actually been through some of the work we've been doing with them, trying to brainstorm ways that they can get ahead of this process. Some of them already have a plan in place. They've hired additional staff, they've redirected staff, they have cross-trained some staff so that they can find ways in order to mitigate that process. But some of them don't always have all of the resources that other agencies have. So some will have more challenges than others, but we've been trying to be the best partner we can so that what you described will be minimized and mitigated as much as possible.
All set, Representative Nolan thinks that's a question and an answer. That was a question and an answer. Up next is Representative Hughes, followed by Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair. I echo a lot of the comments. I'm so glad that we are streamlining, simplifying, and DSS data. DSS data leveraging, because I think this investment is going to reap benefits for years to come and how many more folks we can serve. My concern is raised by Steinberg as well. Was a light winter last year. We're anticipating both increased volume of cases and a much more harsh winter. I heard the number 40 million short of last winter. Can you give us a ballpark of what if we don't get this money from the feds, what is it that we will be short in delivering LIHEAP to the increased caseload that we anticipate? What do you think?
So both DC Hadler and I will answer this. I would say, I guess I'm hesitating a bit because I'm not sure if I would characterize it as short. We're just going back to the pre-pandemic levels, and we will have an increase because it may be colder and we may have more families that may come to us. So last year we did have the additional, as I said, $40 million that we did get from the federal government. And that really, and this is part of just my being new to this process, that's the benchmark that I'm using. So I don't know if I would describe it as a shortage, but we have to use the resources that we have available to us now. And the resources we have available are the LIHEAP funds that were within our block grant that aren't the same as we had before. And I know I'm not necessarily answering your question directly, but that's all that we have at the moment. So if for some reason, that would be a very good reason, the federal government was able to come up with any additional dollars, then that would allow us to provide more crisis funding for families. But as things stand now, we will be able to provide a basic benefit to the families based on what we think the caseload will be.
Sure. And so my second question is, because some of these families did receive the third or even fourth crisis benefit last year, how are we communicating to those families or the new families not to count on that this year and this winter in the face of a more harsher winter?
We're doing that in part by really relying on our community action agency partners. They know full well that we are returning to pre-pandemic levels. This has been a difficult communication for them to have and a difficult message for them to send. And they are already seeing a bit of an increase in the number of families that are coming to them, being concerned about the colder winter that's being predicted. They're doing their best also to direct those families to Operation Fuel and other kinds of resources that might be available to them. They're also trying to direct those families in some cases where weatherization might actually be an option for them to save fuel. They're also directing those families to that as well. It is a very difficult circumstance. It does not have a very simple answer because here our answer is more resources. Those resources are not available to us as they were last year. So we're really trying to make some very difficult decisions within the available allocations that we have. DC Hadler, did you want to add anything? Okay.
Nope, I think you covered it. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Senator Anwar, followed by Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your presentation. I'm just going to speak to the same thing that many of my colleagues are speaking about, because that is really the crux of the matter. We have 10% plus more cases compared to previous year and 30% less money. We live in Connecticut. Even if the mild winter, we are heading for a disaster. It is quite clear that we will not be able to take care of our citizens who are in need. And I also would add that while we are saying that this is pre-pandemic level, but there are 36,000 more household than what we had in the pre-pandemic era. So this disaster is pretty clear. It is coming, and perhaps you can help us. What are the steps that we need to take today? And maybe our chairs can weigh in too, if because this will not, we will be back here because our citizens will be in trouble.
Again, Senator Anwar, this was the same question that Senator Lesser asked. These are the federal dollars that are available. We cannot change what the federal dollars are that are available to us. If the legislature chooses to augment this with state dollars, we would do it when we come back into session, and that is in February, and then it would come up in a committee, be referred to appropriations, be referred, if it gets passed out of that committee, it would come to appropriations. If appropriations passes it out of their committee, then it would go to the floor of either the House or the Senate, and then get voted on by both chambers. And if it makes it out of both chambers, it would be referred to the governor and wait for the governor's signature. So that would be the way for us to handle if we decide to take on another federal program that is returning to pre-pandemic levels. We have a number of them that have returned to pre-pandemic levels, and we would have to make a policy decision on whether or not we want to take on all of the federal dollars and all of the programs that are returning to pre-pandemic level. Do you have another question directly for DSS or DEEP?
I do. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. The second question is, clearly the vendors are getting paid 2 to 3 times more depending on which part of the state they're in. For an unusual year, an unusual time with the amount that we have, do you think there's an opportunity for an executive decision on the part of the department to make sure that we pay the same amount across the board so we can take care of more of our citizens?
Thank you, Senator. I'm not quite sure I understand the 2 to 3 times difference. If you're talking about the heating oil structure, it's a 50-cent base for everyone, and then there's a range of additional add-ons between the range of about 3 cents and 11.5 cents per gallon for each of those. So it comes out to 53 to 62 cents per gallon is the range for everyone. But maybe I've misunderstood your question.
So is there opportunity to make that equal and less the same level as everyone else has, to be able to serve more of our citizens?
I'm sorry, Senator Anwar, are you saying that a company that is paying more because they live in a different part of the state should take less money for their product? That's the only reason it's paid more, because unfortunately we have zones in this state that different vendors are paying more for the product to put it out there. So are you saying that you would like to see us pay the same around the state? So is that what you're saying, sir?
Especially for this time when we have not enough resources and we have far more citizens who are in need.
So I would suggest that you talk to the energy chairs, and then you could say, can you change the zoning so that everybody's charged the same? Otherwise, we won't have anybody in the higher charging areas delivering any oil if they're not going to be paid for the oil that they're delivering. So they would have to be charged the same. So I think that would be both Senator Needleman and Representative Steinberg.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Representative Cheeseman, followed by Representative Exum.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 2 questions which I hope are brief. You mentioned that there are 250 vendors throughout the state for oil vendors. Are they are there any areas in the state where you feel there are not sufficient vendors? Is each part of the state equally served?
Yes, I think that's a great question, Representative. We saw sufficient coverage around the state in almost every case last year. It's always something we want to keep an eye on. We know that some locations are further away from the centrality of different kinds of vendors. So it's something that we watch. We really track it by the Community Action Agency geographic coverage area, but that can also encompass some different kinds of density depending on a broader geographic area. So it's something we watch for, but we did see sufficient coverage during this past season.
Okay, and my second and final question, you mentioned that when your sources are exhausted, you try to work with other nonprofits, other organizations that might be able to supply fuel support, including Operation Fuel, Soldiers and Sailors Fund. How successful is that? Obviously, we are looking at significant shortfalls. What do you see in terms of the ability of non-state agents to supply the needed aid? And is this, no follow-ons, right? What do you see? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. We see Operation Fuel in particular, so I'll just say, because I've been able to have just some brief conversation with their leader, that they are gearing up and being prepared for the additional demand. And I think that is true, not just for the community action agencies, but other non-state partners. We're just very fortunate in this state that in particular, the Department of Social Services has a very strong relationship with our community action agencies and our other non-state partners. And everyone is grasping the gravity of what we might be facing in our current funding environment. And they're preparing as best they can to address those needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Exum. Representative McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank DSS for coming in and for the report. And if I may, this is a comment to begin with and then a question. I've served, as I've said to this committee before, for almost 3 decades on a community action agency. And I'd just like everyone to know that they work and use every penny to the utmost degree to really represent and to accommodate our at-risk households. So I just wanted to put that out there in defense of our community action. Not that they need the defense, but I just want everyone to understand the valuable work that goes on. I'd like to ask the commissioner, if you look back over the years, it looks to me like the LIHEAP program is also, in my opinion, also a healthy for health purposes and other, it does so much more than just providing, not just, but providing heating assistance. But the amount of vulnerable households that I've looked at, it looks like that number is increasing over the years. Do you have any judgment of how that, with the elderly and the younger children and children with disability, how has that increased over the years?
Thank you. I don't have any specific data, but I can tell you anecdotally, we are seeing, and our community action agencies are reporting that we are seeing our state age. And as a result of that, we are seeing older families, couples staying in their homes longer. So it may be the home, for example, this is one example I know to be true, where it's a much older couple. They raised their children there. They lived in the same community for a number of decades. The boiler broke down, and now there's a need for there to be boiler repair, and that can cost $8,000 to $10,000. And we've been able, as a state, through our fund, to be able to do that. And in other instances, especially when we think about our cities like Hartford, New Haven, Bridgeport, New Britain, where the housing stock is older, people are staying longer, but there aren't enough resources within those households to engage in weatherization and even the work that needs to be done before some weatherization companies will even come into the home. We're seeing anecdotally an increase in that as we're watching the population in our state age. So we can get some specific numbers. I'm not even sure if we track it, but I'll do my best. But we are definitely seeing an increase there. So our younger families that have children, they are often finding that more of their household income is going toward energy and rent and food and clothing. So their challenge is different, but it's no less important or serious, but we're definitely seeing an increase in our aging community.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. I'd like to thank the chairwoman of this committee for her comments and telling us about the process, but I would like to go on the record to say that I'm very concerned about it and looking at the benefits going forward. So I appreciate your comments today. I understand this is an up or down vote, but I think it's important to say that we see a tremendous increase in the number of households that need this assistance. And I think it's incumbent upon us to find that answer going forward, because I don't see it diminishing. I can only see it continuing to go forward. So I appreciate the comments today, and thank you for the latitude you've given me.
And Representative McCarthy, if I might just add one bit of an answer to your question. We are in communication with our federal delegation. They are very well aware of the fact that the dollars have moved back to pre-pandemic dollars, and that we are specifically concerned about an increase in the demand for support and throughout the LIHEAP program. So we are not just standing back and saying, let's just deal with the dollars that we have. We are actively engaging and letting people know that are within decision-making positions that we could use some more support.
Thank you.
Representative Del Nicky, followed by Representative Dathan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We lost a huge number of small family-run businesses that, quite frankly, couldn't work within the confines and constraints last year when it came to being able to afford to deliver the home heating oil at the prices that they were getting paid. Public Act 23-204 addressed a number of issues there. Calls for the commissioner shall ensure an adequate supply of vendors for the program, establish county and regional pricing standards for deliverable fuel, reimburse fuel providers based on the price of the fuel on the date of delivery, and allowing a vendor to electronically submit and authorize fund slips for invoice payment. And that's a quotation from the Public Act. Are we in compliance at this point in time when it comes to those provisions in Public Act 23-204?
Well, I would say, Representative, we are doing our very best to be in compliance with all of those provisions. So I know you listed them all, and I'll try to do my best to recall them as I can. We are, as you heard Deputy Commissioner Hadler say, we are still trying to perfect the manner in which we are nailing down the pricing, and we have more work to do there. So we'll just be very transparent about that. Vendors are being paid within the 10-day window, which is specific to the statute, and we are absolutely doing that. And I'm sorry, I didn't make a note of them, but we are doing our best to be, actually, we review this quite frequently. So we are doing our best to be compliant with all of the provisions within the Public Act. We know how important the oil vendor community is. We remain in constant communication with them. I say in regular communication, and we remain open to regular communication, but we are doing the best that we can. I can't sit here today and tell you that we are perfect in our execution, but we're diligent in our execution and continue to course correct.
Well, I thank you for that frank and candid answer. Do you have a date that you can commit to meet all the requirements of the Public Act when it comes to the program here?
I had not set a specific date. So no, I don't have a specific date, but I can guarantee you that we will continue with the diligence and we can report back on our progress. That I can tell you. Because we are not going to lapse in the work that we're doing.
The only reason why I asked that question is I know there are small operators that are looking at the program that would like to jump back in, but they have concerns that they could find themselves in the same situation they were in last year, having to walk away from the program. And I certainly would encourage you to check all the boxes here.
Yes.
Get this up and running, make the changes necessary to comply fully with 23-204. And I think then we would get a lot of those folks back Because the small entrepreneur, the small business that knows the customer is usually typically very happy to see that person, that company, that truck with that name on it. So thank you for the opportunity to ask those two questions.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Dathan, followed by Representative Gresco.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the commissioners for your presentation today. It's really appreciated. First wanted to say I really am excited to see about the process improvements that you have done for this new year coming up. I do feel like the online application process is simplifying things will not just help the end user with their experience, but also save the agency's money, which hopefully means that our dollars will be able to go a bit further. My question really today is regarding metrics, and what sort of metrics does the DSS use for this program to analyze the sort of costs? Like, are we looking at fuel as cost as a proportion and how it's raised average fuel prices in our state to see how they would align with how this program's doing in terms of, is the average household being able to receive enough reimbursement really to make those heating that's needed to be done. If we are looking at the different regions of our state, comparing what we have compared to other states in the Northeast with high fuel prices, and just wanted to get an understanding of that.
Thank you, Representative. I'll just start to answer that question because I think you could probably spend a long time with all the data that we've got in the program, depending on the exact question. But I think one of the things that we're looking at that you're asked about is energy burden and the amount of cost it is for the households. These are things that we report out federally. So we would be happy to share some of those reports. There are state-by-state comparisons for how some of this data is reflected on that basis. So there are things that we do both for reporting to our federal partners, as well as to be able to analyze it ourselves. And that also may give some insights into how different states are administering the programs and what they're seeing in their energy assistance personnel. But happy to have additional conversations about specific metrics that we use. And we can start by sharing that information that we report out annually to the feds.
That would be great. Thank you so much. My next question is regarding the energy efficiency programs that you have. Does the agency track how, like, the return on investment on those programs as a relation to what the program costs are? Thank you.
All set, Representative Gresco.
I didn't get an answer. I asked a question.
Oh,
and
I'm sorry.
responded.
I was trying to move along.
Was my question clear?
You put
I
a
feel like
question out there and you didn't get an answer? Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Representative. I think I would ask in particular, I think you may be asking about the current allocation to DEEP and some of the work that we're doing in that space. And I believe that they do have data on the cost savings and effect on households. So I don't want to speak for DEEP, but an opportunity for them to answer this question, or perhaps we can follow up after this hearing and give you additional information on that.
Victoria?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to answer that question to the best of my ability. So this is a new program, and we just started completing homes in this program. So we are tracking, gathering data to be able to track what the outcome is for homes that are, once they're referred back into our weatherization programs, for example. And I think, next year we'll hopefully have some information to report out on that. But, just from a general perspective, for a home that can install insulation, which this program should allow homes to do, you can save 20% of your energy costs just from installing insulation. And that's just one example.
Okay, I hope that's part of the application process so that people know that they have access to these programs to help their dollars go a bit further when they sign up. So thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Representative Gresco, followed by Representative Ackert.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues for basically asking the majority of my questions, and I will just dovetail off of Representative Dathan's question. Mine has to do with conservation services, as we were just discussing. I'm sure you have repeat clients, repeat customers year to year, and keep data as to the individuals that use or get the most services, and potentially without a recommendation from a CAA, would you be able to kind of backtrack and say, hey, Joe Gresco, you're taking a lot of money here and every year, and how about taking some of that money and putting insulation in your home, or weatherizing your home, so that we're kind of the worst offenders are getting the most energy efficient treatment.
So let me see. I just want to make sure I understand your question. So if you're asking whether our weatherization programs focus on people with the greatest energy burden, we do try to focus our weatherization programs in that manner. And I believe that we have a goal within our conservation load management program to target homes that have historically been scheduled for shutoffs and have higher rearages and so forth. So is that the question that you're asking?
That it is. Thank you, Vicky, and Madam Chair, I will stick to one question. There you go.
Thank you very much. Representative Ackroyd, followed by Senator Marr.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner. Thank you for being here in the presentation. And I also want to do a shout out to our community action groups that put this programs together and help with our constituents. They've done, I think, an honorable job, and I appreciate them. Two questions, as the limit is as stated. The qualifications, when you say we're looking at maybe 10% more going into this year, approximately, for applications, do you believe that may be part of the streamlining, or is there another quantifiable reason you're seeing the uptick?
Yes, I think the streamlining is part of it. And also our community action agencies are, in partnership with them, I think are just doing a better job of letting people know the resources that are available to them in order to keep their families warm and cool, and just have access to food and be able to just take care of their families. I think that is part of it. The other part of it is what we're seeing that's happening in our economy. We are seeing the effects of inflation. So we're seeing the dollars that working families are making not going quite as far as they had before. So that where they may have been able to, let's say, keep the lights on or keep the heat on, they're feeling more financial pressure because everything costs more. Food costs more. Just putting a pair of shoes on your child's feet costs more. So when they start to feel that financial pressure, they're now looking for other resources that can help with energy needs. So it's actually a combination of factors. I should say there are multiple factors we believe that have been starting to drive up the number of applications that we're seeing.
Thank you. I think in our local communities are also doing the outreach, and our senior centers are really promoting it. So thank you for that answer. And the second question, you had mentioned the LIHEAP SNAP benefit, that $1.8 million investment will bring back tens of millions. Can you explain that?
Yeah, it's a bit of a complicated process, but I'll do my best, and I'm sure I have colleagues who will correct me later when I slightly get this wrong. But the way it fundamentally works is that there are standard deductions that you can use in calculating SNAP benefits, and one is whether you have a heating or cooling obligation. For households who, for example, rent and have their heat included in their rent, they don't necessarily have that carved out as a specific line item within their rent. So by providing a minimal LIHEAP benefit, they can identify a source that they can point to as a heating and cooling benefit, which in turn allows us to recalculate their the SNAP benefit level, which often unlocks, hundreds of dollars for each household per month who are able to take advantage of this. So it's a very good way of bringing different kinds of assistance. We try to have, we administer many programs, but ultimately we're working on a social safety net. So by using a little bit of the LIHEAP funding in this way, we're able to serve a lot of the families who access energy assistance with another cost in their lives in the form of food assistance.
You did a very good job explaining that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Senator Mar had her hand up. The Senator, do you have any questions, ma'am? I see you. I saw you. Where are you?
Hi, sorry. It was actually, I appreciate it, Madam Chair, and I wanted to thank Representative Dathan for what she said, which I would like to echo. Thank you so much for the work that you've done to make sure that people can apply for the assistance with a lot less stress, because that amount of stress that I've seen firsthand working in social service agencies, the fact that you've accomplished that and made it easier for people makes all the difference for them. So I really no question, a lot of my questions have been answered. I wanted to make sure to thank you for doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we have finished everybody that has had their hand up or has put in for a question online. We're going for the second time around. I would assume that 90% of what people wanted to ask has been asked by someone in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 people who have already asked questions. So for the second time, 2 questions, Representative Nuccio.
I do not make the same assumption that she does. I have a list of questions and only a few of them have been answered. So I'm going to go back to my original question on the admin. In the fact that we're saying that 90% of the 7.7 million goes to the cans, were you able to get the total number, the CAAs, I'm sorry. Were you able to get the total number that we are paying CAAs right now in the state of Connecticut from your organization?
No, I can see if someone has checked on that, but I wasn't able to ask but I'll see if anybody.
Okay, I'd appreciate if we can get that number. And I want to just follow up because I looked and at the end of the year, DSS had lapsed $101 million, which is significantly higher than 7 million. And I believe that this is pretty much a yearly occurrence for the lapses for DSS.
So Representative, were you asking the question whether or not we lapsed? This is a point of clarification I had for you. So thank you for posing the question again. Were you asking whether or not we lapsed any money in the LIHEAP program or in the agency in general?
In your agency.
In the agency. Okay. So I'm sorry, I misunderstood your question.
That's okay.
Yeah, so we have, but that is primarily in Medicaid. There are a lot of reasons why lapses occur. And I'm happy to provide more explanation outside of the committee as to what about the categories of those lapses.
I would also, though, point out, ma'am, yes, I understand the majority of it, a lot of it is Medicaid, but there is also a very large portion of it that is PS on top of the Medicaid. My point is that DSS lapses hundreds of millions of dollars every year. That you are a $4.5 billion organization. And I'm talking about looking at $7 million that you guys are allocated or you are self-allocating. From my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe the federal program allows you to take up to 10% of the federal allocation for administration of such program. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, it allows you to do that, but it does not mandate that you do that, correct?
That's right, it doesn't.
Okay. And as I had asked, if we can get the number, I'm very interested in what we are paying the CAAs in total, not just for the LIHEAP program, but in absolute total, because this $7.7 million, even if we were to half that and take half of that number and put it toward crisis payments, we would be increasing the amount of money we're giving people to heat their homes and not an organization that's lapsing hundreds of millions of dollars a year. So I'm concerned that we are allocating federal dollars for the sake of allocating them, but not looking at putting that towards the actual part of the program. So
before you go on, Representative, I just would like to make a clarification and all due respect to the commissioner. most of the money that we have lapsed in the last 3 years has been relative to the fact that the federal government has been giving money to Medicaid for the health emergency, which has led to a lot of the lapses prior to the health emergency. Medicaid, having been in this position, Medicaid was not lapsing hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. We took advantage of the carry forward dollars to help out a plethora of different projects throughout the program, but I just want to make sure the public listening in knows that that is not a yearly event. Pre-pandemic and now post-pandemic, we will not see hundreds of millions of dollars lapsed. I do agree with you that the PS line items or the personal services line items that are in many state agencies have been lapsing dollars. And as you know, based on some of the work that you and Representative Walker and Senator Berthel and I did in the budget was to decrease some of the money we were giving to agencies because we didn't want to see them just lapsing personnel services and not filling those positions. But I want to make sure that people know that pre-pandemic, we did not have hundreds of millions of dollars allocated to DSS and lapsed. So your next question, ma'am?
Well, I would just say, very respectfully, I guarantee you we had lapses of more than $7 million, which is my point in this. And with the PS services, correct, we did. But looking back at the assumptions for the $210 million that we took as unallocated lapse in relation to PS services, we are still significantly under headcount than what we planned, even with those lapses going forward, which again, I can find $7 million in a $52 billion budget without even trying. So that's my point here, is that we're using federal dollars to offset an agency that even prior to the pandemic didn't need the $7 million. I think the CAAs do need it. We absolutely do. And I would argue, and have not seen anything come forward from any information that I've asked for, that the CAAs get much, much more than this initial $7 million. My next question.
So I just want to say that one of the we have been also asking people questions that out of the $7.74316,669,688,844 is going to the CAA, and DSS is keeping $774,316. That's if the 90-10 calculation is correct. And we are waiting for OFA to pull out those contracted dollars to see if that 90-10 split is correct. But that's what it would be. If it is 90% and 10%, then the CAAs are getting $6,968,844. DSS is keeping $774,316. Go ahead. Your next question.
Thank you. I'm going through and trying to prioritize here. In relation to the increasing cases, when we met last week, I asked specifically if we are tracking by categorical designation the increase in numbers by those categories. I was told we were going to have information for that, and I don't have anything back yet. I would like to understand, again, going from 85,000 to 116,000 people who are receiving this plan. I want to know what is driving it. Are they SNAP participants? Are they TANF participants? Are they SSI? I want to know the population that is causing the increase. If you are going to give me 85,000 and 116,000 as numbers, I want backup to understand where these people are coming from, what programs they're on that is self-qualifying for them, and how we are getting those numbers so we can look at that as a total picture. And I still don't have that. I asked for that last week. Has that been pulled together by chance?
Yeah, we're unable to get it at that speed, at that level, because it's across, you know, a number of different systems. It's also a little bit more complicated than that, right? Because not only do we have the real-time eligibility now that allows people to save time on the paperwork that they'd otherwise have to repeat doing through the online application, but our partners at the Community Action Agency are able to look up to see if people are eligible for certain qualifying programs that make them not have to repeat the income paperwork. People still have to apply for energy assistance to qualify. They still have to meet other program requirements, and they have to be able to provide utility accounts so that we can provide payments through those mechanisms. So the categorical eligibility is something that has always existed. It's authorized and required by federal statute. What we've done is we've just streamlined the ability to actually use it in a way that benefits clients that we haven't been able to before. So we're happy to go back and try and get at that number. We don't necessarily have that as a specific thing that we are tracking, but you can, you know, it's a sort of a question of a case-by-case basis of whether a person had to reproduce pay stubs or whether those pay stubs had already been provided to DSS for another program. So we're happy to go back and look and see what we can do to try and get that information, but it is not something that is, you know, routinely tracked. So we were not able to do that in you know, the 2 business days since we got the request.
Okay, I definitely want that. I want to understand if you're going to come and tell me we're looking at these 5 categories and this is how we're determining whether or not somebody is eligible for this program. And then you're going to tell me, but I can't tell you how many people are doing that. Either I'm assuming that it's willfully not gathering the information to not answer the question, or that it is, you know, for some reason subterfuge to not let us know. And I don't appreciate that. This is, you know, a multi-billion-dollar state budget and organization here. I want to understand the increase. I want to know how you're getting to the 116,000. I want to know the makeup of those people. I want to understand the breakdown of it so we can look at that. Otherwise, these are just numbers on a piece of paper that you can't validate and I can't trust. So the sooner we get these numbers, the better. That's my second question is I'd like to know what timeline there is before I can get the information regarding the increasing cases broken down by the differential on which you are using to whether qualify if somebody is eligible for these programs.
Okay. So Representative, respectfully, there is no nefarious motivation here at all. All right. So I appreciate your perspective, but that is not what is happening. You asked us for the information last Thursday. It will take us quite a bit of time to put that together. And it's every intention as it is with any legislator that asks us for anything, we turn that information over as quickly as we can. So we are not hiding anything. That is not how we operate. And we're happy to provide that information. It's just taking longer than the time period in which we have in order to provide that to you. We are using our best estimates based on the numbers of people who are in each of these categories to make the best estimate we have available to us with the data that we do have to assume what we think that growth will be. And we're doing that based on our experience and the data that we do have available. You've asked for it in a specific way that we don't capture with respect to the way that we track it. And that is where the struggle is to get it to you in the way in which you've asked for it. It's not that we don't have it. We can give you what we have, but it's not responsive to the request that you've provided in the manner in which you've offered and which you've asked for it. And that doesn't seem very respectful to give you what you want in a way that you didn't ask for it. So we're continuing to do our best to be responsive to that, but please know we are not trying to hide anything at all. So I'm sorry that's the impression that you have, but it is not our intent.
I appreciate that. And my frustration is the transparency. My frustration is numbers on a report that and I don't know what the deadline is for this report to be put in, but we're asked to be making a decision on this today, with information that's incomplete. You know, questions that can't be answered because we don't have it here or we don't have it there. And that's a frustration of mine as I see the commissions coming forward and asking for things, is that everything is siloed and it's hard to get this, it's hard to get that. When we're looking at a full picture, you're asking us to make a decision today on a meeting that we had, like you just mentioned, 2 business days ago. And so in the matter of 3 business days, you want me to decide on a program that I still don't have answers for. So comes down to transparency. It comes down to accountability for these numbers. And I'm frustrated that I don't have what I need to make a good vote on this today.
Thank you. Up next is Representative Walker, followed by Senator Seminara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I hear my colleague's frustration and I hear her need for information about the different programs. but I'm here to say that taking money away from the community action agencies is not the way we would be serving the communities. Community Action Agency in my neighborhood does more than just provide oil assistance or heating or things like that. They provide housing, they provide food, they provide healthcare to people that pretty much have no doors to go through. They provide those services in a way that I don't even know how they're able to do it. So in looking at the $7.7 million that we are looking at as administration, I understand where she's saying that we have an agency that has a lot of money that is much higher, and can we take that $7 million out of maybe Department of Social Services? But the option of taking it out away from the Community Action Agency is not something that I will support. If anything, we talk about different ways of the different things that are being deducted from this funding. I agree, we need to look at what is happening. I mean, I listened to the discussions about the weatherization. Weatherization has had a very long history that has not always been as positive as we would like it to be. We've had circumstances where monies were not exactly utilized in all the areas, but you know, we won't get into those things. But I do agree, we need to figure out from deep, how many houses are we working with? Who are we providing the services for? I mean, Victoria said that we had 108 houses that we're planning to service with $1 million. I'd like to know, what are we doing with those dollars and how are we serving them? What are we doing? Are we applying caulking? Are we applying insulation? What are we doing with those dollars? We need to have more detail of it than just saying weatherization. It sounds good because we're in Connecticut and we have cold weather, but we need to be able to make sure that those things are going to be sustainable and not a temporary fix. So I hear the frustration. I hear the concern, and I am also, like my colleagues, concerned about how are we going to plug those gaps in from the $40 million. But at the same time, I understand that this is federal dollars right now we have in front of us. We are not talking about state dollars. We're talking about federal dollars that, unfortunately, as all of us who have been on appropriations for the last 4 years have noticed, a lot of our federal dollars and programs that we've gotten are not being funded anymore, and we're covering those. So I worry about those items that we got coming forward. But again, I will say very clearly, community action agencies are the last resort we've got out there for people who have no place else to go. So I think we need to look at different options in that. Commissioner?
Thank you, Representative. I'm not sure if I'm sorry if there was a question posed and I missed it. I apologize.
I guess my question really was, my colleague really wanted to know, what other things do we get from community action agencies besides energy assistance? And there are numerous ones.
Oh, thank you.
And so I just wanted to try and address some of those. And they are contracts, which I think is also something that we need to look at, because putting them on contract means that we can cut them and we can reduce them and we can minimize the services that are being provided to people who desperately need them, like we're going through right now.
Yes.
We need to make them more independent and part of what we do. But if you would just tell us what other services that you know of, I'm not going to ask you to give me all the details, but just so that people understand, it's not just energy.
No, it is not. Thank you, Representative. It's not just energy. They do provide a lot of support around housing, employment, finding supports for keeping families full. So they direct families to resources where there might be food banks, and they offer food assistance. Anything that you can necessarily think of that families might need, they come first in many instances through their community action agency. Even if families need support with educational services in their schools, they will go to their community actions agency. Let's say, for example, that a family has a child that has a special need and they're not necessarily sure how they might navigate the special needs program, and they might not even know what an IEP is. They may go to their community action agency just to get an opportunity to be educated around what they can do to provide supports for their family. So they provide a comprehensive array of supports for families. And that is what they do.
Thank
yes.
you, Commissioner. I got panicky
Okay.
when
Yes.
I heard reducing community action
I
agency. So I just had to respond to that. So thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
And thank you for supporting me on that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, with your permission, may I just address Representative Nuccio just once more?
Yes,
That's okay.
ma'am.
Representative Nuccio, I appreciate that we had an opportunity to have a more robust discussion about the plan on last Thursday. But I just wanted to make sure you know that we did hand it in on August 2nd. And we just didn't have an opportunity to actually have a briefing until last week. So I'm hoping that was ample opportunity to review it. If we need a longer time frame, then we're certainly open to that as well, so we can provide it sooner for deeper review.
So, just, you can come back on your third time, okay? Senator Seminar, followed by Senator Lesser.
Thank you again. I'm quite certain this question hasn't been asked, and I apologize in advance. I am focused on the county differentials. So New Haven County is able to go directly to the depot and pick up their supply. And Hartford, Middlesex, New London, and Tallinn counties differentials are lower than New Haven County differentials when the oil dealer has a higher cost since they're further away and they either have to pay for delivery or they have to travel to the depot. So can you explain this to me? I just don't understand how the differential prices are derived at.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think that, we've set a framework that is based off of the New Haven rack, but we also recognize that not everybody's picking up from the New Haven rack. That is the data point that we were able to establish in collaboration with SEMA about 10 years ago as a reliable place where it was the biggest single rack in the state. And I think it still is the largest wholesale terminal. We do recognize that there are differences between local racks where people may be going to pick up their fuel. The data that is used as the county differential is based on DAS's experience in the adjustments that should be accounted for across the state, based on wholesale prices that they had privy to information. And it's possible this data should change. I think that we are, again, open to those conversations. We have asked for anyone to come forward who has a more reliable data source to be able to pinpoint something that we can use to really set a daily rate to be able to do, reimbursements. Opus is the one that we have. It's the one that's been delivered to us for a long time. So we know it has what it has and it doesn't have what it doesn't have. As to whether there are other entities out there that might be able to provide a more reliable source of information that we in turn can publish. Right? We publish every single day. We go out there and we publish a price so that everyone knows what the numbers are for deliveries. And that is an approach that is now embedded in the statute, right? So we looked at data that DEEP produces, and it does weekly data, but that doesn't meet the requirement of having a daily price. And we understand that that's not something the fuel vendors are interested in doing, is setting a weekly price for these things. So we're open to these conversations. We had left it open to be able to have additional information to assess at our last meeting. And that is something that is still on the table for us to, if we can have more information about another way to do this based on other rack pricing, we would be open to considering that.
Okay, I think we'll need to explore this further. And then one other question, when is this plan due? I have not heard that today yet. When do we need to have this done? I know we have to vote on it today, but when is it due for you?
It's due on September 1st.
September 1st.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess from my perspective, and this is just a comment rather than a question, but I feel compelled to say it, given that there are so many people on both sides of the aisle whose questions are not being able to be answered, and we're expected to vote on this. with not the appropriate information. So it's a difficult task to be given, and I think we need to consider more time and availability and transparency of information so that we can make very educated votes rather than under these circumstances. Thank you so much.
Up next is Senator Lesser, followed by Representative Case, which are our second time people.
I thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'll be easy because Senator Seminar just asked my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the second time. And just to reiterate, I guess Representative Foster had brought it up and we talked about racks. I know we've had discussions about this. Just to pinpoint what is going on out there, when you're in Fairfield County and New Haven County, you can pick it up at the harbor. When you're up in the northwest, northeast corner, it's shipped by tractor trailer truck, 3 to 6 cents a gallon per mile, plus the hut tax. You cannot put any surcharges on petroleum products in the state of Connecticut. So we are going back to just charging what the New Haven Harbor is and forget about all those delivery charges to get them up to the northern part of the state. That's where the question is, why is Fairfield County at 11 cents higher than all the others when they can pick it up at the rack and don't have the fuel delivery charges? Because the hut tax is not charged on a bobtail truck or a smaller truck. It's charged on the trailer truck that brings it up north to the different depots. Whether you have Manchester Depot, you have Saks Depot, that's where all the little mom and pops pick it up. The bigger companies go down to New Haven Harbor. But we still have that trucking to get it up there. And we keep adding taxes on. Fuel is more expensive to get it up there. So there's a lot of compounding things and that chips away at the efficiency of the program. And I guess the bottom line, and a lot of people have questioned it, why is there a larger surcharge or larger 11 cents given to a county that can pick it up at the harbor and doesn't have to have delivery charges? That's the crux. I guess we can get into it more. We have to make an up or down decision today. We've been asking that for years and we just get, well, we're just going on what we used to do. We're just going on what we used to do. It needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Nuccio, I think you have one more question. One more question so that I can
more.
get to the 4 people that
Listen,
still are
Listen,
trying to testify.
there's questions that need to be asked. Okay. Question of, one of the other questions that I asked for, I didn't know if you had time to fill out or to get back on yet, is in regards to the carryover, the $7 million in carryover. That's a pretty consistent number between $6 and $7 million throughout the last, I think it was 7 or 8 years that you guys had on the report there. Do we have a detailed understanding of how that carryover is used, if it is used, when it is used, and what's the justification for the increase in carryover?
I have it at a fairly high level, which is to say that it is used for early season program benefits and to provide funding to community action agencies to do early intake. Those are the primary pieces. It can also be used to fund, make payments on vendor contracts that we have, for example, with technology companies that are stringing across the program year before the federal dollars come in. So the way the federal dollars are usually issued around November through continuing resolution at the federal level. We can give you the exact breakdown. I think we've got that, a little more detailed than that, but that's what it's generally used for. You'll see in this upcoming budget that the $7 million is built in to be expended through the allocations that we've set up. So we're not projecting to have carryover. That is not our goal. But when we have it, we're able to use it to get the program started in the beginning of the next year. So we are taking that $7 million and we're putting it into client funds. If we didn't have the $7 million in carry forward, the benefit matrix would be that much more reduced. So it really is taking dollars that we had from this past year and trying to stretch them as far as they'll go to provide additional benefits in this upcoming year.
So is that federal or state funding, the carryover?
Entirely federal. This is all federal funding that we're talking about.
So the carryover is actually federal dollars that we're
Yes.
carrying over?
Yes.
Okay. I want to clarify in regard to the CAAs to what the chairwoman, Representative Walker said. I am an absolutely positively 100% not saying that we take money away from the CAAs at all. That money needs to stay there 100% across the board. That is not my intent. My intent is to say that DSS has the money to pay the cans. or the I always call them CANs, Community Action Network, but CAAs. Yes, that the money is there and we could be using part of that money to actually fund crisis funding in this case. So I just wanted to clarify that. And I think the question that I had regarding to the total that we're paying them for all the services that we're doing will show that this $7 million is a drop in the bucket. And that is money that can absolutely be afforded by DSS. My next question in regard to the replacements well, actually, before we get to the replacements, the REPS program. Can you tell me why is the REPS program being funded out of LIHEAP when we've got bonded money for the REPS program?
So thank you for that question. The bonded money was that statute was just passed last year. And what we're finding is that in order to address some of the health and safety barriers that we see in our very old housing stock, we need grant money, not just loan money. And the bond program is for a revolving loan fund. So this provides grant money that helps us sort of get the building owners over the cost hurdles of doing these improvements.
Okay, so the bonding dollars are only for revolving loan. They are not being given out for any grants.
Correct.
Okay. In regard to that, for the replacements that are being done, are we replacing them with heat pumps or are we replacing them with oil burning furnaces again?
I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not sure if Deep does because we.
Yeah, this, as relates to the furnace replacement,
Yep.
they are required to be Energy Star compliant. We encourage heat pumps to the extent that it fits within the cost limit for a given house. The heat pumps do tend to be more expensive and sometimes require additional work beyond just the replacement of the furnace or the boiler. And so that is a challenge that we do run into. Sometimes folks need to have changes in ductwork and things like that, and we're not able to cover all of those costs under the program. But they do have to be Energy Star compliant. That is a requirement for the replacement.
All set?
For now, yes.
Okay, we're going on to, then we have had people ask questions for the first, second, and third time. Now we are going to our 4 people who have not had a chance to speak yet. Senator Kelly, the Senate Republican leader, sir, you are online, I believe. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Austin, and thank you for the opportunity to come before the Appropriations, Human Services, and Energy and Technology committees. This past year, the administration, majority, and Republicans touted a major state income tax cut. But we all need to understand and consider some other facts. Many vulnerable households effectively could lose all of their tax relief and more unless state officials act to fix heating assistance. Connecticut's poorest families on energy heating assistance could get nearly $1,000 less in government aid this winter. The maximum benefit for the poorest qualifying household next winter would be $1,350. That's down $970 from the $2,320 maximum benefit provided last winter. That $2,300 benefit was well below the $4,825 peak relief, which was granted in the winter of 2021-2022. To put it in perspective, this year's benefit is only 28% of what it was just 2 short years ago. We've heard that the earned income tax credit is going to help this out. Well, that only increased by $211. And Husky C covered Connecticut and many of the TANF programs. People that participate in LIHEAP already benefit under those programs, so it doesn't salt their pot. The solution: Connecticut can afford to help all those in need and stay warm. Our finances are flush. We have a $630 million surplus and a $3.3 billion rainy day fund. While state governments' coffers are full, there's a substantial part of our states that is very much so struggling today. Refusing to help on the grounds that it's Washington's responsibility is a callous and cold-hearted policy. Last year, Republicans and energy assistance advocates sounded the alarm, and we predicted that the $94 million in LIHEAP funds originally available for Connecticut last winter would be insufficient. We argued that a budget closer to $200 million was needed to meet the demand. Republicans tried during the committee process last August to allocate about $110 million in state ARPA funds to support winter heating assistance and were denied. Before, by the end of the year, an additional $30 million was added. However, at that time, I warned my colleagues that unless we amend the benefit levels at the same time, the $30 million would go unused. Unfortunately and tragically, that's exactly what happened. And we learned in March that none of the additional $30 million that had been committed toward heating assistance would be spent. Nothing, not a penny. And that was a terrible abdication of our duty on the part of state government, literally leaving people out in the cold. It is unconscionable that the $30 million we authorized to help people in need went unused. Imagine how many needy residents would have been helped by that money. Imagine how many people slipped further into poverty for failure to actually use that money. So why is LIHEAP so important? As Stephanie Ocasio-Gonzalez of Insonia said at a team meeting, she summed up the situation. Quote, "It seems like money is more important than human lives." Beyond heating her home, Ocasio-Gonzalez said the financial struggle has taken a toll on her mental health, making her think, what's the point? You play by the rules, you do what you have to do. You get up, you go to work, you do your job, you get home, you're tired, but you still keep moving, Ocasio-Gonzalez said. Are we living or are we just surviving? Despite the energy assistance she received, she said there's still no room to breathe because her other household bills, like groceries, have gone up too. In January, David Morgan, Team's president and CEO, and Team is a Derby-based human service group that helps struggling families in Naugatuck Valley, said the group has received more than 4,600 applications for energy assistance, a 35% increase from the same period last year. Does anyone really think this unsustainable trend is miraculously going to reverse itself this year? We must act to help those asset-limited, income-challenged families, and we must act to prevent tragedies like this from happening. You know, 40 years ago, I hate to admit how many years ago, I actually worked in this program, the Connecticut Energy Assistance Program in Bridgeport. Not only did we meet face to face, as the department mentioned earlier in their testimony, and deal with families in the office, but I also had the opportunity to do home visits throughout Bridgeport to verify the heating sources. And that gave me a personal experience to witness what LIHEAP means to the families, how important it is to their family budget, and worse, the dangers of when they don't have an identifiable heating source, that they turn to other alternatives like heating with a gas stove or an electric heater. So while we don't have LIHEAP, I've also heard that those are alternatives that people don't lose their utilities, but it's actually a dangerous and slippery slope. It's not the type of alternative to give families a proper warmth in the winter. The bottom line is the administration and the majority must acknowledge the facts that Republicans have and will continue to voice. Republicans will be that voice of those in need until they are heard. We are talking about people. Don't tell me that we can't afford it. These lives are in the balance. We can't afford not to do it. So I hope the committees agree and put more money. Obviously, Washington isn't doing its job, but that doesn't mean we aren't going to do ours. These are our neighbors, our communities. These are Connecticut citizens in need. And we hear their voice, and we want to make sure they get what they deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Senator. Are there any questions for Senator Kelly? Senator Flexer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator Kelly. Thank you for your testimony this afternoon. I just wondered if I could ask you, what would you propose we do? Should we do something like we did last year?
No, obviously what we did last year didn't work because we obviously put more money in, an extra 30 million, but unless you change the benefit rules, that money is just going to be swept back at the end of the year. So I would like to see limits go back to at least what they were last year, the 2320. And if we could do more, I'd like to see us do more. This is one of those human service programs that is critical. I mean, this is where it all starts. It's a really basic human need to stay warm. Knowing what winters are like in New England, we were very fortunate last winter. We can't be, rest assured that that's going to happen every year. So that's where I would start. And when we ever do put more money in, we also need to make sure that we change the benefit levels to correspond with the funding so that the families in need get the money they deserve.
Thank you. And just to follow up on that, do you think we should be doing something like that over the next several weeks? And what do you think we should do today?
Well, I mean, I think the current proposal before you today, it doesn't quite, it's a cut. It's a cut in what's happened in prior years, both last year and the year before. So I would prefer to see something that at least is no less than last year, and then look at what we could do better down the road. If we have to, then yes. If we need to do this in the next couple weeks, we can look at that. I know last year when we had this opportunity, the administration was more concerned on the difficulty it would be to administratively handle a change later in the fiscal year than to do it sooner. So obviously our August is when this needs to be done. But if we need to do it in September or October, I think it's important that we do. But also be mindful whether or not there's this administrative issue that we got to remain focused on people in need, not the problems of trying to administer funds.
Thank
All
you.
set, Senator Flexer.
Thank you again, Senator Kelly, for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions for the senator? Senator Lesser?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just following up on Senator Flexer's question, thank you, Senator Kelly, for your testimony. My understanding is we only have the ability to approve or disapprove the proposal before us. I may be incorrect, but if that's the case and the proposal is due on Friday, we want to make changes. We want to make the program to work better. I agree with a lot of what you said, but I'm just struggling with how we do that, given that we need to submit the allocation plan to the feds.
Well, I mean, you can always amend what you have before you. I mean, that's what's been done. I know it didn't happen last year. During the Rel administration, it did. So there is the latitude that the legislature has to make sure that the people we represent are protected. So my take on it is we could amend if we wanted to. We could also add, like we suggested last year, and what did happen was we added 30 million, but we didn't make the corresponding amendment to change the benefit level. So now's the time to do it. But if it's not done, I don't think everything is cast in stone and that it can't be changed moving forward.
Thank you. Is that something that OFA or someone could, or perhaps our committee administrator could clarify? Just, is this an up or down vote, or are we allowed to amend?
Through the chair. Yeah, Matt, through the chairs, is that what you're asking something?
Of course, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
I'm
I
just
apologize.
curious.
Through you, absolutely.
Okay, we're going to wait until we get through all of the people that are testifying before we go on to clarifying questions. Is there any other questions for Senator Kelly? Representative Johnson?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Can you hear me all right? And thank you, Senator Kelly, for your remarks, your testimony. I wonder, we have been talking about this and we heard from Madam Chair and others in appropriations that increasing the benefit levels and increasing the amounts would have an impact on the spending cap. Are you willing to change the spending cap to address this issue?
No, I think the caps have worked very well for the people of Connecticut on a whole, and have put us in a stronger financial footing than we've been in decades. I mean, actually, because of the debt service that's been paid off because of the caps, we've freed up hundreds of millions of dollars. The question is, where do those funds go? We know 30 million was swept last year that was specifically allocated to help families. And so there's money in the current budget. What we can always do is look through the budget and see if there aren't savings within the budget to help families in need. Because as I was saying before to Senator Flexer, this is one of the most basic human needs. Stay warm. It's like food. There's certain basic human services that are essential. And our failure to meet the needs of those in need really needs to be evaluated, because I know Washington isn't doing their share, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do ours. And while the revenue cap is in place, I still believe that there's money in a $25 billion budget to come up with, 30, 40 million, $50 million to help our most vulnerable.
Just a quick follow-up.
Senator, Representative Johnson, are you going to ask a question that's relative to the LIHEAP in front of us? If we're going to debate the budget all over again, that's going to be a problem. So are we debating the budget, or are we debating the federal program for LIHEAP? And that's what we need to focus on. The
Madam
federal
Chair,
program for LIHEAP, please.
Yeah, certainly. And if we need to increase it, and as you mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, this would have an impact on the spending cap. And so thank you for that. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Senator Kelly? Seeing none, we're going on to Nora Duncan. Nora, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's start we don't start the clock until you start.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm not going to read this testimony. I'm Nora Duncan. I'm here today as the vice chair of the Low Income Energy Advisory Board, not as AARP. So just to make that clear, we have submitted testimony. I want to thank DSS, Avangrid, and Eversource for also providing written responses to our plan, which I included in the testimony that we submitted to you guys. So please take the time to read those responses as well, because they're pretty informative. Obviously, the Low Income Energy Advisory Board is concerned about the level of assistance of so many of you have expressed this basic benefit. We agreed as a group that we would recommend the basic minimum start at $400, and clearly we're nowhere near that for monthly. And it's very concerning. There's been a lot of talk about state dollars to assist with that. The board also did recommend a 20%, which I think Senator Lessler referred to, state funding to supplement. I understand the spending cap, not part of our concerns as a board when we make those recommendations. We're just looking at the program that we are supposed to advise the legislature, DSS, and others on. So clearly the dollars are not there. The other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention quickly is that DSS has made a great amount of process in streamlining, as has been discussed today. But there is a recommendation that LIHEAP be incorporated into the DSS common benefit form, which I did want to make sure that folks knew that we had a concern with. It would not take away from the CAAs, but in fact offer more of a no wrong door, and maybe let CAAs do some other of the work that was discussed earlier. So, you know, removing those barriers to assistance will increase participation in LIHEAP, which we've clearly seen as well, just on what has been done thus far. So, I mean, really, the issue is that it's the money, it's the benefit. That's obviously the number one concern. And then there are a number of recommendations that we've made, but I wanted to just take our time outside of the written testimony to call out those two specifically today.
Thank you, Nora. Are there any questions for Nora? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Nora. Mr. Herb, you're up now. 3 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Herb. I'm the president of the Connecticut Energy Marketers Association. We represent 600 family-owned, formerly heating oil companies. As you know, you passed a law that transitioned us to bioheat fuel. So we are selling one of the cleanest fuels available commercially in Connecticut. We are deeply thankful for the changes that the legislature made last year and the work that was done in the Human Services Committee to provide some reforms that were necessary to try to maintain the integrity of the deliverable fuel side of the business. Those included payment by EFT, submittal of delivery tickets electronically, same-day pricing, and creating a regional pricing mechanism. Unfortunately, and our goal is the same as DSS's, the community action agencies and yours, is to serve a community that needs this assistance to protect their well-being, their health. And so we all share that common thing. So these aren't criticisms of any particular group. This is an observation. The law changed last session, and those changes are not reflected in this LIHEAP plan. That to us is concerning, if not disturbing, for lawmakers to tell an administrative agency that they must do something and it did not get done. Those include a couple of things. First, the creating a regional pricing mechanism. Yes, there is a county differential. That county differential is also required by law. The department has successfully done it, even though we question why it hasn't changed in a number of years. We stopped going back in 2020 and looking at why that hasn't changed, even though specifically in the plan, it says that those county differentials are established based on operational costs, transportation, and delivery. We know in this inflationary time, fuel's gone up. You just need to drive by any gas station to see where diesel prices are and gasoline prices are. So if you just based it on transportation costs, you know it went up. Forget about the driver shortage, inflation, wages, wage inflation, and all the other things that go along with being involved in this business. So our county differentials haven't changed in a number of years. There is nothing in this plan that reflects any regional pricing, which in our testimony before the Human Services Committee and many of the conversations we had with a lot of you were based on that the regional pricing mechanism needed to do it. Now we're working with DSS to hopefully find a solution, but I think that whether it's expanding DEEP's daily or weekly pricing requests or DSS establishing daily ones to do that, it may take more work, but the law requires us to find a way to get there, and this plan doesn't do it. The other thing that the law requires is daily pricing. The specific, now I heard the answer, the question was asked a couple of times, but the answer did not address the question. The plan specifically says, based on the date of delivery, the plan continues to price based on the previous day. That's unacceptable in a volatile market. We could see two price changes during the day. We can see price changes that move as much as 30, 40 cents a gallon during the day. We need to be able to price on that day to make sure that vendors who are only being paid a 50 to 60 cent delivery fee are able to keep up with those price changes. So at very minimum, we need this plan to comply with the law. Those changes need to be made. And I think as lawmakers, you would respect that request. We'll just remind you, and I know this question was asked also, that every other energy product is paid its full price except for family-owned bioheat dealers. We've done our part in reducing our carbon footprint. We've done our part on our community service, but we really need to circle back in future legislative sessions and find a way to make this work for everybody so that everyone is served. And having one heating oil dealer or bioheat dealer available in each district I would argue is not enough. These customers deserve to be able to make choices that are in their best interest, and only giving them one option is not a choice. So let's mainstream this program. Let's make it fair for everybody. And I know that this is a heavy, hard lift. That by no means do we not, we see this every day. We are at those customers' doorsteps. We're the ones who help them when these benefits run out. So we do want to continue to work with DSS, our community action agency partners, the great recommendations made by the Low Income Energy Advisory Board, and continue to work with the legislature. So thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere if people have questions. The one of the legislators asked a question earlier that we charge the same price no matter what the bioheat dealers pay. What did you think of that recommendation?
I think that you would be jeopardizing participation in the program. A number of years ago, so Representative Steinberg, I think, said he was here 16 years. I've been here 22 years coming to this meeting. And a number of years ago, we moved other deliverable fuels into a restricted margin program like the bioheat dealers, and they virtually all dropped out. So I think by going to the lowest common denominator, you would see an exodus from the program. They all make decisions based on their own economics, and a lot of them do consider this just a pure community service. So not everyone would leave, but there would be some that just wouldn't be able to afford to continue to participate.
Representative Ackert?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Chris, thank you for all that you do and the information that you provide us. I believe I heard at least a dozen times that DSS is looking for options and they're open to it. I'm not sure what, listen, I can tell you an example that I had in my community where the local LIHEAP oil provider was unavailable. They had to go outside and get somebody and the access agency made it happen because they were out of fuel. What does it take to get together and come up with a solution?
Well, that process started as the Human Services chairs and the ranking members noted last session. We had a difficult problem in the previous winter having any dialogue whatsoever with the department. The commissioner refused to meet with us. There's been a welcome change there, and it's a new day. So we are hopeful that we can find a solution to that. And the first part starts with the dialogue, and this commissioner has opened that door.
Thank you. And I hope the door is both ways, right? I hope it, with your providers, right? And for our customers, our constituents. And so I just encourage you, let's get it done. I mean, because I've heard more things about different rates, different this, different that. What makes it work? What would make a provider, my local oil companies that I really rely on for my constituents and a small business owner, let's figure it out. So whatever that communication, I would love to hear back. I'm sure this would love to hear back that there's a meeting. There has been meetings, but literally, what does it take to hit those benchmarks that is in our public act that was brought up, and what will have our small businesses thrive and support our constituents that are in this desperate need at these times. So
I think many of you know we're not afraid to knock on your door and reach out to you when we think something's going wrong.
Thank you, Chris. And I look forward to hearing some resolutions between the providers and our Department of Social Services. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Up next is Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be quick.
Don't go anywhere, sir. I got
up next.
I got more questions for you from other people. Go
Chris,
ahead.
thank you, Madam Chair. Chris, thank you for your testimony today. Thank you for highlighting some of the foibles, if you will, of what we've done with this program and the legislation that we passed that is, as you just spoke to, has not yet been enacted in terms of the pricing and what have you. You represent lots of very small and important businesses across Connecticut that as we've spoken to already, provide the ability for many of our residents and businesses to stay warm. You spoke a moment ago to what would happen regarding the participants in the LIHEAP program. And I just want to make sure that I understand that if we don't affect some changes with respect to how we're paying, how we are having you price the delivery of the the heating oil under this program, that we are truly at risk of losing companies that will participate in the program. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, there are a number of occasions last winter where we had to intervene, working with the community action agencies to find dealers who would go outside of their traditional territories to cover certain areas. A number of legislators called me when a constituent would call out of concern about not being able to have a local business make a delivery. So I would say that if some of these things are not addressed, that there will be more of that pressure on the community action agencies, our members who are willing to participate.
Okay, thank you. And then, Madam Chair, through you, understanding what Chris has just explained to be some of the issues with the application of what we enacted into law, what do we need to do? What does the legislature need to do to fix
I'm
this?
sorry, Senator Berthol, could you please repeat that?
I'm sorry, sure. So Madam Chair, this is a question to you or through you as the chair. What does the legislature need to do to address this very vivid and real concern regarding legislation that we passed earlier this year that is not in effect and that could result in the problem that Chris just spoke to with providers not being available, providers dropping out of the program? What do we need to do in order to fix this? And I don't know if you have the answer right now, Senator, but
Off the top of my head, I do not, sir.
okay, well, I think we need to put our collective heads together and figure this out, because we don't want to be in a situation where after all of this debate and all of this time today that we've spent hearing all of these different concerns, that we end up in a situation where we don't have potentially enough providers, enough delivery, enough oil companies that are participating in this program. So I'll end it there. I promised I would be brief. That maybe wasn't as brief as I wanted to be. Thank you. And Chris, thanks again for being here.
Thank you. Up next is Senator Fazio, followed by Representative Case, followed by Senator Lesser, followed by Representative Johnson. And then we still have one more person to testify. So just be prepared, Mr. Herb.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. So just to reiterate and clarify, in the new law, it says that we should direct LIHEAP to base settlement based on the day of the OPUS price, the day of delivery, not the day prior to delivery, correct?
That's correct.
And my understanding is this program still calls for that we're scheduled to vote on today is still required, or it will end up settling the price based on the prior day delivery. Again, you know, this is probably going to pass today, but I think it would be very important to protect taxpayers and to ensure people have their fuel delivered when they need it, that we do deliver it the day of. If you just consider, again, this is a very competitive industry with very low margin. People struggle to stay in business. If you have the option to deliver and you know what your price is today and yesterday, if the price drops, you're going to be far more likely to deliver it on that day because you're getting the price from yesterday when it's much higher. If the price increases and people need their fuel, you're going to be more likely to wait to deliver, even if people need their fuel because of the price action, because you're going to get a higher price the next day. If you're getting settlement based on the previous day. So again, both for taxpayers, you know, even if they're federal taxpayers, and for the guarantee that people get their fuel when they need it, this is a very important change that I think needs to be made, if not today, then in the future. And sir, just to clarify, to make sure my analysis is correct, I assume the fuel distributors have a window of say 7 days or longer to make their delivery of fuel, so they do have optionality a little bit on when they deliver it. Is that correct or not correct?
Yes, the department does give a couple of days to make a delivery. But just to point out on page 14, and this is in my testimony, I pulled the exact language that's in the LIHEAP plan, page 14 of the LIHEAP plan, that talks about previous day pricing versus what the law says, which is current day pricing, delivery day pricing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Next, Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So going back to a few of your comments when you started and a few other people asking questions. So bio, we're putting bio into the product now. Is everybody delivering that? Is that a mandate now? I haven't done oil for quite some time.
Yes, it is. The state law requires a mix of renewable, low carbon liquid fuel, biodiesel principally, that's made here in New Haven, Connecticut, on the largest production facility on the East Coast.
What does Opus Rack price? Does it price with the bio in it?
Yes, right now, the 5% is included in the Opus rack price.
Any additives put in there? It's priced in the Opus pricing?
Any additives that are elected to be put into the fuel are not included in Opus price.
So when you deliver fuel in the northwest corner to an outside tank and you got to put a bottle of hot in it and you can't charge that to a LIHEAP customer, who pays for that?
The dealer, and they understand that that's part of the deal. And that's why, as pricing pressures continue to mount, those types of dealers in that area, the state in particular, where we know that we've had to pull in dealers from Massachusetts to make some deliveries in the northwest corner. That's part of the reason.
And when
why.
you go to more bio, as we are in the next coming years, more of that additive is going to be required because of the gelling of the fuel, which will ruin the heating systems within the houses. So we have to get more money to replace heating systems within this LIHEAP program, correct?
I would take issue with ruining the heating systems up to be about 50% blend. And right now law requires 5%. There are no modifications needed in a heating oil system. So
But if you didn't put additive in, you'd have gelling in the system.
that's correct. But that, as you know, that's also correct for traditional two oil. Two oil also needs to be treated with Caro in cold climate situations. So
And I will
different
get,
fuel, same issue.
that was one question. I want to get to my next one. I just want to say we have to circle back to that because all these additives that have to be added in because we're changing the product. The companies do not get compensated for those additives that have to be put in it when it's serviced up in the northwest, northeast corner because of our temperatures. Real quick, can you go over what we're talking about rack pricing? Because that is hitting hard for the small companies, whether you go to Manchester, you go to Canton, you go to Hartford. The delivery has to come up by a truck. When you're picking up New Haven and Fairfield, you're picking up directly. It's not coming on a tractor trailer truck. Can you expound on that? And that's
Yeah.
what's causing a lot of the cost implications and what dealers are concerned about.
I just give a good example of this is that we had a dealer in Willimantic who has been participating in the program since its inception. One of the larger dealers in that part of the state, family owned, dropped out of the program last year because of the price dislocations of the rack that he purchases at versus the New Haven rack average. So having one place where pricing is established if you're in remote areas of the state, your costs can be exponentially higher. And especially now that we've seen increased price volatility that was unprecedented. This used to be a few penny difference from region to region. And now we're talking about quarters, 50 cents, up to 50 cents or plus cents per gallon difference from one location to another. And in the further east you get, it seems to be the more pressure that a dealer will have on with those price dislocations. The northwest corner is a clear example of that.
And you look at it because the Opus is a price that is put out there and published. These other racks are private racks, even though their price is published, it's not published on the Wall Street Journal or wherever where it can be easily accessible. Those private racks price it so that they can make money and then they distribute it to their suppliers. So it's not necessarily what the market's doing, it's what the market's doing in that area.
Yeah, they're not primary suppliers. They're secondary suppliers who buy from primary. So every link in the chain increases the cost along the way. And that's in those parts of the state, that's what we're experiencing. Like I said, Deep currently does a weekly price survey. We may have to explore that as an option just for DSS to do a daily price survey to determine what these regional price differences are.
No, I appreciate your time and I appreciate the association for the advocacy. And I honestly, there's been a lot of questions on both sides of the aisle. And I think if we can get together and we can talk, your one comment earlier, the commissioner that we have in the seat, we're very lucky to have her because she gets it. She's newer. She's done a lot of good things in other agencies, but we're very lucky and we need to work with her and we need to work with the agency to make this a program that everybody in this room is happy. And once that happens, and I'm seeing Representative Walker shake her head, we won't have these long questions because we'll be able to get the answers to everybody. So I appreciate it. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Senator Lesser, followed by Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chris, it's good to see you. Thank you for working with the Human Services leaders on this bill. And we're I think all on a bipartisan basis, committed to working with you and the agency to get it right. I've actually got a question that's different from all the other questions you've been getting today. It's about the minimum benefit level that's associated with this. Is there a level at which a award is too small for one of your dealers to transport the oil? I'm looking at folks getting smaller and with higher prices of fuel and smaller benefits. Are we going to be at an issue where a dealer just doesn't want to deal with a small, or a too small benefit?
Well, yeah, obviously, the smaller the delivery, the economics become, because it costs the same for your driver, the same for the diesel fuel to get the truck to these locations. So typically 100 gallons or less is that level. There are some dealers who will make deliveries for smaller amounts, but 100 gallons is typically. So as we see prices rise, we get closer under these benefit levels to not being able to make the economics work for most deliveries, especially in more rural areas.
Well, I would hope that that's part of the mix, as we're looking at ways to ease the burden on the deliverers out there. That's something that we could look at as, commitments to help folks with smaller awards. But I also think it might be helpful for us as the joint committee to look at a minimum benefit level and whether or not, the struggle is we can't say, hey, what 100 gallons is, because we have to put a dollar figure, not a gallon figure, into whatever we authorize here. So I don't know if you have any guidance for us on how to address that, but the fear I have is if the benefit level drops as the price of oil is spiking, you could have somebody who has a benefit that they're not able to access.
We'd be more than glad to continue to work with you on those changes, and I'm sure the department would have a lot to say with that also.
Great, thank you very much.
Oops, thank you. Next we have Representative Johnson, followed by Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for your testimony today. I have a question to kind of follow up on what Representative Case was indicating a couple of questions ago, and that has to do with the changes and why are the rural areas, which I represent Willimantic, and you also just mentioned Willimantic, and how some of the suppliers here are not interested because of the price differential problem. But about maybe 10 years ago, maybe a little longer, Willimantic and the more rural areas were getting a higher price differential because of the travel. Then suddenly it changed to Fairfield County, and I don't know if you recall that or if that was part of what you were looking at back in the day, but I just wondered if you had any information on that.
Yeah, I mean, the department provided testimony today that the county differentials are based on a Department of Administrative Service information from them. And like I said, we went back from this year's proposed differential for the 24 plan back to 2020, and we just stopped looking back, and it hasn't changed at all. I have to believe the Department of Administrative Services has revised this information, and maybe if it was reflected in here, that may address your question more accurately, because I can't believe that these have stayed the same for this long.
I agree with you, and I hope that we'll be able to get back there and find out what caused that change, because I was thinking, yes, this is the way it should be for the rural areas. And then here we are now. It's in Fairfield County where it's all getting unloaded without those costs. So thank you so much again for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I honestly didn't even notice until on Friday. I was like, geez, this seems like the same as last year. And then we look back another year and another year and another year, and it was the same.
Yeah, I think it was about 10 years ago it changed.
All set, Representative Johnson?
Thank you so much. Yes.
Representative Delnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming here today, Chris. So we've heard a promise that Public Act 23-204 would be fully implemented at some point. Is that enough of a lifeline to get the small operators that operate in a lot of these small communities to come on board so that we have enough folks that are actually participating in the program?
So we're obviously still plagued with not having enough funding to meet the needs that you want without that being in place. So I would say that the expedited payment terms of 10 days, I know that the department said that everyone gets paid in 10 days, but we haven't tested that part of the law. A delivery hasn't been made under the 10-day requirement. It was previously 30 days. So we'll see how that works. I think that liquidity is extremely important, because if, as a small family business, if you don't have enough money in your bank account, You're not going to be able to pull that from your wholesaler who EFTs it on the spot. So I think ultimately, and in my testimony, I didn't get into this in my oral, but at the end of my testimony, I talk about, we still have to look at ultimately the way that other states do it. There are other states that have radically different pricing that don't require necessarily margin over rack. It might be discount off of retail. New York gives dealers 5 different options so that those dealers could select the ones that work the best for their economics to ensure that they continue to participate. And that's why I'm encouraged by this dialogue that we've recently started, so that we can fully explore those and hopefully make a change someday, so that we never have to come back here and talk about a dealer not being put in a position where they might not be able to serve their community. Because they hurt on those decisions. And if they decide to participate, they hurt economically. And if they decide not to, they hurt because they're a member of that community. We're not a utility based in Spain.
Yeah, because I know a couple of folks I know, small businesses actually walked away from the program last year because of the payment issue. So I'm probably going to rue making this comment, but tell your folks that are in the program, if they're not getting EFTs in a timely fashion, not hitting the 10 days, to get a hold of each legislator that is a representative and a senator for their district, and make them aware that things aren't working.
We
Because
will definitely continue to work.
Definitely, because I want people to be able to get the oil to heat their homes. And I want the small businesses to get paid for their services, so that we have both sides taken care of. And people can rest assured that they can meet their payroll, and people can rest assured that they can heat their home. Because that's what it comes down to.
I greatly appreciate that sentiment. And when something doesn't typically happen that within the framework of the vendor agreement or the LIHEAP plan, we work with CAFCA, DSS, and the community action agency where that breakdown is, and we'll be glad to add you to the list.
Because on paper, it looks like it hits the marks. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Appreciate it. It seems to be a new thing where other representatives are telling us, where did he go? To have everybody call us. They already call us. So are there any other questions for Mr. Herb? Seeing none. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Up next is Rhonda Evans. Is that you over there? Hey, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I promise I won't even take the whole 3, because so much of what is in my written testimony that has been provided has already been mentioned while we've been sitting here. But I do want to just thank you for this opportunity to share a few brief comments. As you know, the primary purpose of the LIHEAP program obviously is to help Connecticut's poorest families afford the high home energy costs. And it does, but it does a whole lot more than that. As Representative Walker pointed out, the LIHEAP program really is an entryway for individuals to come into the community action agencies and to get access to so many other services to help provide basic needs and supports for their families. And so I just wanted to make sure that I spent a moment just sort of calling that out. And then also just to mention to you that the LIHEAP program really at its core is a health and safety program, and that it helps families not to have to make the difficult decisions of one basic need over another through the receipt of these benefits. And so toward that, I wanted to just spend a moment just to really highlight one of the things that is a huge concern, and that being the increased caseload. As is pointed out in the testimony, there's a chart with some statistics that are included. You'll see that since 2020, the caseload has steadily increased every year. And that really is in alignment with some of the challenges that families across not only Connecticut, but our nation have faced as a result of COVID and changes in just our realities, right? In the program year that recently ended, the community action agencies processed 127,000 energy assistance applications, and there were 105 families 105,000 families that were actually approved for the benefit for the program. 105 families across the state of Connecticut. That is a significant number. And as was mentioned earlier, there is a projection that that number is going to continue to increase. And so what we'd like to just point out is that we have no reason to expect that that all of a sudden the numbers are going to decrease unless people will come in. In fact, we think more people will come in. And so we're super concerned about the reduction in the benefit levels. And we understand that the plan was developed in accordance to the projected federal allocation that is available to us in Connecticut. We absolutely understand that, but I just wanted to just take a moment to really highlight and emphasize once again how vitally important that this program is to the folks around Connecticut, and how important it is that if additional federal funding is not allocated, that we hope that Connecticut will be creative in trying to figure out ways in which we can continue to meet the needs for our neediest customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. A couple people have questions, but do you receive, and for the record, your name is?
I'm so sorry. It's Rhonda Evans, and I'm the interim executive director at CAFCA.
And CAFCA represents all of the
We
CAAs?
represent all of the community action. We work with all the community action agencies across the state of Connecticut to serve each of our 169 cities and towns.
Thank you for that. And relative to, we've been talking a lot about dollars that you receive, that CAAs receive from DSS for, in quotes, administrative costs. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And how much do they receive?
I'm aware that they actually do receive the administrative costs. I also don't have the specific dollar amount in front of me.
Okay.
It's also information that we could provide for you if at a later time.
Okay, that would be great. Representative Nuccio.
Thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions for you, if that's okay. The follow-up to what Kathy is saying, just an assurance to, do you receive more than just the 7.7 million from DSS? Do you receive monies for multiple different programs or just that one?
Community action agencies receive funding through a variety of different funding sources, and some of those additional resources do also come through DSS. So yes, and it varies depending on the individual agency. There are some services and some funding that every community action agency receives, such as the community services block grant funding. But then there are other programs that may be received based on the individual contracts that individual agencies are able to secure with different funders, including DSS.
What percent would you think, if you had to venture a guess?
I would be 100% guessing, and I would prefer to not do that, actually, if respectfully.
Okay. In regard to the carryover that DSS has, they basically have said that it's kind of like administrative and all of that. I'm going to be honest, I expressed a lot of frustration with my CAA last year. I just actually had a meeting 2 days ago with one of my towns who we had dozens of applicants who had submitted the applications online, to then be told that those applications, the online applications, were lost and could not be processed. I myself tried getting a hold of Access Network for my towns, and I couldn't get anybody to answer the phone. I had dozens and dozens of phone calls from people who couldn't get through, couldn't find out where their application was, had to go to the town for emergency assistance because they weren't getting the approval for the heating assistance and everything else. So I'm pretty frustrated hearing DSS basically saying, we need this money for the CAAs, and the CAAs handle and administer all of this, when my residents in Wellington were not receiving services. Like outright, I, as a legislator, as a state of Connecticut legislator, could not get somebody to answer the phone to find out what is going on with my residents. So my question is, what do we have in place to ensure that's not going to happen again? Because this time, it'll be probably more than me just calling to yell at somebody to try to figure out what's going on.
Right. Thank you so much for that. I would say, first off, is that I wanted to also just make sure that we are remembering that This year was the first year when there was an where there was an act, where there's the availability of the electronic or the online application. And that was a system that was not developed by the community action agencies, and that we have worked very closely, I believe, with the Department of Social Services in terms of identifying some of the challenges that were in place initially. As with most software systems or electronic systems, very frequently there are tweaks and changes that have to be made. And we've been working very collaboratively with DSS to, one, identify those issues and challenges, and then to come up with, we hope, give recommendations in terms of how there be process improvements. And as was indicated in the commissioner's testimony, I think that they're on that path, and that the system, and that we'll have a much more streamlined system for all of us and for our customers into this season as we're moving into it. In terms of challenges at the agency level, again, that is something, obviously, it is our goal always to make sure that we are being responsive to our customers as well as to other interested parties such as this body who are calling to make inquiries. And if they're, and what I can say to you, and I can't speak to the specifics of one individual situation, but at any point in time, if there are challenges in folks getting through to a community action agency and or have specific questions about, what is happening, there's always a process, in which folks can go through. Not only if they're not able to get through to the direct energy assistance line, then they can call also the administrative offices of those organizations, and then there will be some follow-up. And we also, in the CAFCA office, we feel customer calls as well when people are having, concerns or issues. We also will help try to connect people and to resolve any type of outstanding issues that are in place. Again, not making excuses, absolutely, because we know that these are vulnerable populations that we're discussing and that we're working with. And so we always want to be as available and responsive to those needs as we possibly can. So what I would just encourage folks to do is, again, to follow the protocols in place, because again, it's really important to mention 127,000 applications last year. That's a lot of folks. And granted, all those people were not necessarily also calling, but I can tell you a whole bunch of them were also calling. And as was mentioned earlier, there is a limited pot of resources available in order to actually operationalize the program. And so we also have to be mindful, of the fact that, with staffing, agencies are staffed up to the extent that they possibly can, given the funding that is allocated to them. But in actuality, there are also, only so many, there has to be some type of understanding in terms of how quickly responses can be made, given what the staffing levels are, given what the funding level is.
So I hear that and I understand that, but I think what is being lost is dozens of phone calls of people who weren't getting responses back at all. And myself as a state legislator, not getting responses back. So I guess in regard to your protocols, we were following the protocols and not getting response. So what is your staffing level at, and is it adequate or short for the upcoming heating season, which is basically you should be staffed up, I would say, within the next couple of weeks.
So every community action agencies get an individualized administrative resources or pot in order to operationalize the program, and it varies depending on the individual community action agency. So I cannot tell you one specific number across every single agency, because that is not the case. And the staffing levels are dependent based upon that number. But again, every agency is, we're starting to take applications on September 1st. So agencies have staffed up and they are, ready and prepared to begin taking applications on September 1st.
Okay, then I guess what I would need from you to understand this better is, what is your staffing by area? If you're saying it's different needs, obviously.
guess so.
Representative Walker has in New Haven is going to be a much higher populace than what I have in the northeast corner. But I want assurances that the northeast corner is staffed, that there are people there, and that my residents are not going to be making phone calls and not getting answers again. I don't think I'm hearing that. Do
Well-
you guys have any guarantees in place, like service guarantees that you're gonna answer calls by X days or you're gonna?
We have protocols in place that are established in terms of the timeliness of applications being processed that is based on the requirements of their contracts with DSS. In terms of response times, each individual agency has their protocols in terms of like the timeliness of responses and follow-up to inquiries from customer inquiries. And again, that varies agency to agency. Every community action agency is an individual 501c3, independent of one another, even though we are common in our mission, we're common in our how we were founded. But every single agency is individually operated. And so some of the things I unfortunately can't give you one blanket answer because it would not necessarily apply in the Willimantic area and then be the same in Bridgeport, for example.
So if all the individual CIAs are individual 501Cs, how are your protocols adjusted for that then again? Because the need and the demand that's going to be in Representative Walker's area compared to what's going to be in my area is different. So I'm looking for, I guess, like what I'm not hearing is, what are the reassurances that are put in place that I'm not going to get dozens and dozens of phone calls again saying that the access network is not answering our phone calls? We don't know what's going on. And my town is now pressured to provide crisis emergency fuel funding for 100 gallons of oil because nobody's answering the phone.
Well, I think that we're two different things. One, I think that, again, I don't think any of us can give assurances that that phone calls are not going to come in. I think that people, when they are coming in for energy assistance, then very frequent, and especially if we're talking about someone coming for needing a deliverable fuel, very frequently they are already in a crisis situation where they're already have an impending loss of heat, unfortunately. And so I think that when a person is in a crisis, then they become, obviously they're in crisis mode. And so they're wanting immediate responses and things of that nature, which is completely understandable. But I also think that even in those situations, I think that we have to also recognize the fact that, again, individual agencies have a certain number of staffing, and people are, not only are they taking applications that are coming through electronically at this point, they're fielding phone calls, they're taking appointments that have been scheduled, and they're also dealing with people who simply walk in and having to try to redirect those and give those folks appointments. So I guess what I'm saying to you, that we are 100% want to and are responsive and try to be as responsive as we possibly can, but I cannot give you a guarantee that people won't call, that there won't be some people who are frustrated, that there won't be some people who are not necessarily getting the responses they want exactly when they want them. I think also given in light of what this plan, what the plan looks like because of the federal funding, and the expectation of an increased caseload, I think people are not going, there's a likelihood that folks will not, that it's going to be challenging for some folks. And I think that's an unfortunate reality.
So if I could just interrupt for a second, you are the association's interim executive director.
Yes.
You don't have any direct input on what the community action agencies themselves do. Is that not a fair statement? You don't tell them how many people to hire. So like we have TVCCA in Norwich. You don't tell TVCCA how many people to hire.
No, we don't tell the community.
You
action
don't
agencies.
set who answers the phone when
No, ma'am.
in any one of the community action agencies.
No.
You can't, you would be
That is
available
not,
for.
that is not the association's role. Our role is to provide a technical assistance, training, and advocacy on the behalf of the community action agencies and their customers that they serve.
Thank you.
We also help them with best practice and things of that nature, but it is not our mission or our role to direct them. No.
So if we had a problem with one of the community action agencies, we could reach out to you and you could see if you could reach into that organization as a
Absolutely.
legislator. Representative Nuccio. The floor is yours. If we could wrap this up, please.
I find that very frustrating.
I know you
We are
do.
giving these organizations millions of dollars, and I'm being told if people don't get phone calls back that, you know, that's part of it's part of the expectation. You know, like it's not, you're not gonna get if they don't get a phone call back, then, you know, we tried, but I guess that's very frustrating. So,
If I could. It is not my intention, no.
No, thank you. That's not a question. That's not a question. It is, she is making a statement, not a question, ma'am. And this is not your role. If we have a problem with a specific community action agency, we need to reach out to that community action agency. But we really appreciate it. Just any other specific questions for this particular person?
yes, do you have any control over the protocols that are put in place in response to answer time? Or is that specific to just these individual CAAs? Because I guess I'm wondering what the testimony for you is in relation to this plan.
My testimony is that in the fact that we understand that the plan was developed based on a projected federal funding, that we are in support of the plan with the understanding that we have grave concerns about the reduced benefit levels, the likelihood of increased caseloads, and the challenges with getting even the deliverable fuels out the door because of some of the considerations that my colleague, Mr. Herb, mentioned while he was testifying.
Okay, I have concerns about those too. I also have concerns about the fact that my residents aren't getting phone calls. So thank you.
So are there any other questions? Seeing none, you're all set, ma'am. We had some number of questions that happened. If Heather, if you and the both of you could come up for a minute. So we've been going back and forth on an up or down vote. And so so there is a statute 4-28B. And 4-28B says within the confines of 4-28B, all of you people, all you policy people that are out there, 4-28B, please, all of you policy people that are looking at this, says as follows: within 30 days of their receipt of the governor's recommended allocations, the committees having cognizance of matters. This is broadly for federal block grant funds. This is not just for LIHEAP. This is for all federal block grant funds. Within 30 days of the receipt of the governor's recommended allocations, the committees having cognizance of matters relating to the appropriations in the budgets of state agencies in concurrence with the committee or committees of cognizance shall advise the governor of their approval or modifications, if any of such recommended allocations. We can change the allocations. The last time this was done was in 2008. And it also says, if the joint standing committees do not concur, the committee chairperson shall appoint a committee on conference, which shall be comprised of 3 members from each joint standing committee. At least 1 member appointed from each committee shall be a member of the minority party. The report of the committee on conference shall be made to each committee, which shall vote to accept or reject the report. The report of the committee on conference may not be amended. Listen up, guys, please. If you guys could all listen, because you've all asked questions about this, and this is extremely important. We don't want to be talking about this again. The report may not be amended. If the joint standing committee rejects the report of the committee on conference, the governor's recommended allocation shall be deemed approved. If the joint standing committee accept the report, the committee having cognizance of matters relating to appropriations and budgets of state agencies shall advise the governor of their approval or modifications. If any of such recommended allocations, provided if the committees do not act within 30 days. So if we don't act within 30 days, the governor's plan as submitted today goes into effect. So that would be on September 1st. That would go into effect. So I know everybody paid attention when we were walking back and forth. So I asked, can we change the benefit amount? The benefit amount is not an allocation. We can change the allocation of the budget. cannot change the benefit amount. So Heather is here. Heather Bannister is the LCO, everybody knows who both of them are. And so you can ask questions of them on 4-28B, not on the plan itself, 4-28B. And then we will decide whether or not we're going to go into caucus. So 4-28B is what your questions would be about. And so please submit your hands up, because I am not going to have this be a free-for-all. Representative Nuccio.
On this here, if I'm hearing correctly, please confirm or deny, whatever. We can theoretically change the allocations. If we wanted to say, remove X amount of dollars from administration for DSS to continue to fund the CAAs through their regular budget, we could take that money and appoint it to something, say crisis fuel, where people could directly get the benefit. Is that correct?
Heather Bannister, LCL. Yes, my understanding is that you could change the benefit, like it says in the statute, change the recommended allocations. So decrease money that is in the plan that is allocated to administration, for instance, and increase the amount for benefits that's allocated to benefits. Yes, that's my understanding
Okay,
of the statute.
thank you. My next question is in relation to this statute.
Before we move on, part of Representative Nuccio's comment was that then we would tell DSS to use other dollars to pay the CAAs. That is not part of today's hearing, is it?
Oh, no, I didn't understand that as part of the question.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, but we can adjust the
You could
allocations.
decrease an amount that is now being allocated to administration.
Just administration, right? And it's
And
to the
increase-
administration specifically.
Yes, not
Right.
really
No, we
do
can
something
reallocate.
else to increase the administration amount, unless you were to take it from another allocation. so to
Right.
speak.
Okay, and then the second question is in relation to this statute that is here currently. Is there anything in the statute that dictates how these dollars have to be broken up in that allocation? Or is that allocation 100% specifically up to the state legislature?
Well, the governor's office submits the recommended allocations, and then the committees can approve or make modifications to the recommended allocations.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative Case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we look at this and we look at the legislation 4-30B, have you guys looked at it?
4-28B, sir.
4-20, I was moving too ahead. I'm sorry.
No, 4-28B.
I know, Marie would have corrected me. Have we looked at it to see if this totally follows along with that statute? And is our job here as to make sure that it is followed? And if we don't follow it, does that still go forward with what our good chairwoman says, no matter if it's followed or not? Does it still go forward on September 1st?
Well, when you say you don't follow it, do you mean you take no action?
No, I'm saying all of the things that are within there, whether it's the same day pricing, all the different things that were put in there through legislation, they all need to be followed. And if they're not in the plan,
So, okay, you're talking about Public Act 23-204,
yes,
Section 295. So yes, the Public Act does require the commissioner to ensure an adequate supply of vendors for the program by establishing county and regional pricing standards, reimbursing fuel providers based on the price of fuel on the date of delivery. And
that's the
three,
question on data delivery, because the presentation said the date before delivery.
right, but the statute doesn't specifically, or the Public Act doesn't specifically state by X date this must happen. So that's something, that would be used to interpret whether or not this plan has to have those requirements.
So this plan can go forward without having those requirements implemented.
Well, if the committees of cognizance approve them, yes, approve it, yes.
So we approve it and it's not approved via state statute. We're doing something that we asked to be done and not doing it.
Well, we're talking about two different state statutes here. We have 428B, which governs this process that you're involved in today. Then we have Public Act 23204, which amends 16A 41A, which is the annual LIHEAP plan, which has to be delivered by the Department of Social Services. So there are two different statutes. The Public Act, as I mentioned, doesn't specifically state by X date, these things need to be done. So I don't know that they are in conflict.
Okay, so we work so hard on this in Human Services to get these things through to help the oil dealers. I would hope that they would all be in place before the program starts, but from what you're saying, they don't have to be. But if we do approve this, we're approving it without the vote that we took over in the Capitol to make sure that these things were included. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Senator Lesser?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for helping us with 4-28B. But just in terms of what we're allowed to do, if we were to change the allocation, the benefit levels, are they in the actual proposal that's being submitted to the feds on the end of this week?
That's,
It's
Go
in
ahead.
I'm sorry. It is in the plan. The benefit levels are in the plan. However, the statute just refers to approval or modifications of the recommended allocations. So it doesn't specify changing the benefit levels. And to my understanding, there is no precedent for changing the benefit levels in the plan as presented by DSS.
So would there be any? It sounds like it's a statute that doesn't really work, right? If we were to change the allocation levels, but the benefit levels are frozen in the plan regardless of what we do, or do they adjust with the allocation?
You could increase, as I was telling Representative Nuccio, you could decrease, for example, an amount going to administration and then increase in that same amount, an amount going to benefits. However, to my understanding, it would then be up to DSS to establish benefit levels to coincide with the increased amount to the benefits. To the benefit level, the increased allocation to the benefit level.
And I apologize. I heard that discussion with Representative Nuccio, but I don't quite understand it. Could they? DSS has submitted a plan to us with particular benefit levels. If they submit a different, can they submit a different plan based on the change in allocation to the federal government, or do they have to submit it back to us? I just want to make sure that this actually, if we were to change the allocation, that would do what we think it does.
so if you change the allocation, they have to submit the plan as amended by you. Now, if you're changing the amount allocated to benefit levels, it just would follow that they would have to change those benefit levels. It's just that you don't have authorization to go in and say, okay, we want this benefit level changed to 110. And I don't even know that you'd have the capability to do that without crunching the numbers.
Mhm.
So
And you may not know this. Is there any provision for changing a plan once it's been submitted?
yes. Well, this generally has to do with, when the federal government actually comes back with more money. There are contingency plans within the plan document that you're voting on. And I believe if the allocations would change due to that change in funding level, more than 50,000 or 10% or something like that. Let me see. The whole process, you'd have to go through the whole process all over again. Oh yeah, it's 50,000. If after such recommended allocations have been approved or modified, any proposed transfer to or from any specific allocation of a sum or sums of over $50,000 or 10% of any specific allocation
If that occurs, then this whole process starts all over again. However, if you change the allocation level, the plan that you're voting on is already changed. This really has to do with DSS after the fact, after your vote, changing by 50 grand or 10% certain allocations.
All set, Senator?
I am. Thank you very much.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have two questions. One is, if we decide to change, if there is a vote to change the administration costs and reduce it, and can we direct it to the basic plan needs, or is it just the money? Do we have to indicate where that reduction is going to go?
Yes, I would say you can change the recommended allocations. So if you reduced money in one line, you could increase it somewhere else. So we have a certain amount of money from the federal government in the block grant. You would want to use the money and allocate it. So you could decrease it somewhere and increase it somewhere else too. So increase benefits, for example, and decrease administration.
So we would have to indicate where we're putting that money, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if we did that, we would be taking away from the community action agencies in operating the program. And that money would then go to the basic needs, which obviously we want, but we'd be robbing one poor organization to fund another poor organization, which is very interesting. So let's say because we have 3 committees. What happens if each one of the committees, if one committee votes in support of the plan the way it is, and another committee does not vote in the plan the way it is, what happens?
Well, then what Senator Austin was reading from the statute about.
We
the
go to
committee on
conference?
Yes,
And
and
the
that procedure takes place.
And the conference, the people of the conference are chosen by the chairs?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Well, it says at least one member.
Yeah, it says the committee chairpersons shall appoint a committee on conference.
So the committee chairpersons are the ones that can the committee chair, okay, never mind. I don't want to get any more complicated than this. I just want to know, okay,
Yeah.
share with us your thoughts.
Yeah, one member has to be from the minority party, at least one member.
So there's additional criteria.
Okay, so when you say the minority party, the majority and the minority, so you have one member from there and then 2 other members from the majority party. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's specified
It
here in the
should-
statute, but I can read it again if you like.
Oh, no, I'll read it.
Okay.
I'll save everybody the time and the page. But I still just want to make sure that everybody understands that we would be unfunding the community action agencies in this concept. And we would then expect somewhere down the line, maybe they get money to operate a program that is struggling now. So I just wanted to point that out. Thank you, Matt.
All right, so I'm going to ask thank you, you're all set, ladies. Appreciate. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Buckby, I didn't see you down there.
That's all right. Sometimes I get not seen with my small
Before you go, please, Taylor, can you make copies of this for everybody, please? The 4-28B, so that we can give it out to everybody. So, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Buckby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess going back to the legislation just passed this year, just for clarity on that, Section 295 of Public Act 23-204 has an effective date of July 1st of 2023. Would that not mean that it's effective now? It went into effect as of July 1st, therefore should be considered in this proposal.
It's kind of a matter of interpretation. It has that effective date. Other aspects of this legislation refer to the program year, which starts November 1st. This particular language states that the commissioner shall ensure an adequate supply of vendors for the program by enlisting those three things. The agency could perhaps argue that they are attempting to ensure this. It doesn't say not later than December 31st or whatever, 2023, these three things shall happen. So it's just, I think you could argue that either way, but it doesn't have that added, date certain.
Right, and I appreciate that, and I think that's the concern that we have is we put this in purposely for that, and I don't know if it's an oversight on the part of DSS. I don't know if it's, just missed that piece of it going in. I'm not looking to lay blame or say there's intent behind it by any means. I just would like to see some sort of final answer. I mean, that's kind of what we're about, right? Aren't we supposed to be avoiding the gray areas of trying to find definitive answers? So if that could be rectified, I think that would solve a lot of issues, but I'm not sure as I'm hearing a lot of that either. So that was just, I wanted that clarity on that. Thank you for the answer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing nobody else, Taylor, if you could get those to us, please. We're going to go into caucus now. The Republicans will be going into 2B and the Democrats will be staying 2D. Thank you. We plan for at least maybe a half an hour to an hour of caucus, maybe two. So everybody who wants to sit around can sit around.
Madam Chair. Didn't officially close the hearing. Madam Chair,
Yeah.
would you please officially close the public hearing?
I'm sorry. The public hearing is now closed. I apologize. We are taking a caucus now. And we will be reconvening for the committee meeting in anywhere from 30 minutes to 2 hours. Thank you. Sorry.
Senator Austin?
Yes, Senator Neal.
Yeah. Just a quick question. When we reconvene, are we using the same public hearing link or is there another link?
Madam Administrator, will we be using the same link that the public hearing was on, or will we have another link?
No, Madam Chair, we will be using this link.
We will using this link, Senator Needleman.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
So are the Dems staying on this link? Are we caucusing right here or a
We're
different
going
link?
into 2D. You're getting a separate link.
I got it. Okay. I'll see you on the other side then.
Hello. I'm gonna visit a friend. Boyfriend. Okay. Hola. ¿Cómo estás? Yes, I'm gonna visit somebody upstairs. Room 703. 703. What? 703. What's your name? My name is Minnie Gonzalez. Huh? My name? No, Rafael.
Hey, Manny, you're off.
Yeah.
You're not muted. Manny,
Yes.
you're not muted.
Okay, sorry for that. I can't.
You wanted prefer this one? I give it. Well, you like that one, so let's take it. Right now, I'm just trying to get back. Okay.
But they're not ready.
Where's the soccer? Yeah, where the fuck is? Five 15.
Please say a command.
Call Katie.
And say,
If everybody could please take a seat now.
Madam Administrator will be returning shortly and then.
Yes, okay. Representative Osborne, do you have a question? We haven't gone back into, we're not in the committee meeting process. What's your question?
I do not, I just managed to get back in, so.
Oh, okay.
I don't, it doesn't see that I'm raised. No, the answer is.
All right, your hand is up, that's why.
Huh, it doesn't show that on my end, but thank you
Well,
very
maybe
much. I
that's somebody
apologize.
else.
Nope.
There
no,
are
there we
two
go.
Rep. Osbornes in here.
Yes, there are.
And that usually happens when people share a link. So I don't know who the second Rep. Osborne is.
So there's a
I think that,
representative.
I think
ahead.
it was me when I was signed in earlier and I left to go find the caucus, but I think it didn't
No,
disconnect
once
me.
you, no, once you sign in, that's you. Is there another, there's a person on this that says they're Representative Osborne. Can you all look at your names? Oh, okay.
Take them off because you got the real Representative Osborne. Oh. We don't want to do that. Okay, never mind.
The real Rep Osmore's wearing green today.
Very good. Glad to hear. Okay, and everybody contact their respective committee members while we're waiting for the administrator to get here so that they can all get on.
Okay, so we have a stamp.
Kathy,
Yes.
Kathy, I'm
Yes,
just looking
Julie.
at the screen and I think that Susan Johnson's name is misidentified in her square.
No, she's got a Representative Johnson down here.
Oh, I'm
She's
seeing
on
something
it- she's
different.
on as Rep Kit.
Yeah, I'm seeing it as Rep Kit.
So am I.
Rep Kit's here.
I see it. I have a Representative Johnson on my, without
This
a.
is why we say, do not share your
Here.
link.
Not sharing anything. I'm right here.
Yeah, but she says, see if you look at it, it says Rep Kit.
I don't know how that happened. That's a computer problem. I'm here by myself. I'm not sharing the, unless Representative Kit, hacked me.
Yeah, it's changed now, just changed.
Right.
You're all
Thank you
set.
for that. Thank you so much.
I love my papers in the other. Isn't that right there? You get that, how we voting? I mean, how we,
They don't have to stay for the vote. First we go to, it doesn't have it on this one.
no, the other sheet had it.
No, I don't have the other sheet. Wait a minute. All right,
Susan's here.
Representative Steinberg, are you ready? All righty,
For a lifetime, 16 years.
all right,
13, okay.
okay.
Two more than.
Matt, who's doing? Go ahead, Representative Steinberg, you want to call the room to order?
My Sergeant at Arms has just called this meeting to order. The meeting of the Energy and Technology Committee will now convene. I'm State Rep Jonathan Steinberg, co-chair of the Public Health Committee. Before, no, that was the former committee, Energy and Technology Committee. Please keep me on track. Do I have a motion to approve the federal fiscal year 2024 low-income home energy assistance program allocation plan? Moved by Representative Greshko. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Seconded by Senator Needleman. We will have a discussion in a moment, and I will turn to my co-chair in the rankings, but I'd like to make a comment or two before we begin. I want to start by saying I have been pleased by the bipartisan nature of our support for the people here in the state of Connecticut to meet their energy and heating needs. This is what we're all about here. I want to be clear that even though we may all be frustrated, both with the process, with the insufficiency of the federal dollars, and of the complications involved in making changes to the plan, I think we all have the interests of Connecticut citizens at heart. Having said that, let us be very clear what we're here to do here today. We are here to approve the federal program and not to be involved with other aspects that relate to the budget that may or may not change come the next session. Let us stay focused on what we can and cannot do. I also want to thank all those who participated today in their presentations. I want to thank those who look out for low-income people with heat and energy assistance. They have made real strides, real advances in recent years to make the process somewhat better, much more streamlined. And we all hope that that will continue. There were some number of good suggestions brought forward today that I think would make the program even better. I believe the agencies have been listening to us, and if there are things we can do between now and the conclusion of this heating and electric season, I'm sure we will look at those in earnest. But let us remember, we have a process. If you want to make changes beyond the LIHEAP program, this is not the time to do that. I will not be excited about amendments that seem to do something outside of our call for today. Without further ado, I'd like to turn to my co-chair, the estimable Senator Needleman.
Wow, estimable. I appreciate that. Thank you, Representative and Chairman. Just want to say thank you to the agency for responding as much as possible to our requests from last session. Thank you to the oil dealers for adapting and bringing in more biofuels. Thank you for the agencies that work to promote these programs. I think it was Senator Kelly who talked about benefiting from a warm winter last year. We can never count on that, regardless of climate change. Any winter could be horrific, as we saw, 8 or 9 years ago. We need to be adaptable and make sure that our dollars go as far as they can. But in the short run, I 100% concur with my co-chair. We are here to vote on federal dollars, and I suggest passage of this bill as it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Needleman. Senator Fazio, do you have anything to add at this moment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think there's going to be almost universal support generally for accepting and distributing federal dollars in order to support low-income residents in heating their homes in the winter. There is, I think, reasonable concern for many members on the committee about whether or not this plan or why this plan isn't following the law that was passed in the past year to improve the program, why the administrative costs are 10% to basically distribute funds from the federal government, $7 million, and also why we're waiting until only several days before the deadline to approve this. So there's concerns that I think are very worthwhile and need to be answered, and will require us to make changes going forward in order to improve the program. But generally speaking, taking and distributing these federal dollars to Connecticut residents who are in need is necessary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator. You make a good point. Maybe if this process isn't working for folks, we can get started earlier and ask questions at a different time where we have more time to adjust. Representative Buckby, I'm sure you have something interesting to add, and try to keep the number of quips to a minimum.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. After such a heated discussion, I really hate to throw cold water on it too, but you had to get a couple of them. That's welcome to the Energy and Technology Committee. I think I share the feelings with several people here that I'm mildly disappointed that all of our efforts in the legislature this past year as part of that has been pushed aside to this. We obviously know the importance of this, of utilizing these federal dollars properly. I don't think there's anyone in this room that questions that we need to use these properly. I think that I'm disappointed with that piece being ignored. I'm also disappointed with the lack of availability of all the information that we need to make our best decision possible on behalf of our constituents as well. I'm hoping that's something we can build on moving forward with DSS. I don't think there's any ill intent. I think that the efforts need to be put forth stronger to meet with the requirements and to stay with what we need to move along on our part. So I will certainly be supporting the concept, just to, if that, Mr. Chair, does warm your heart a little. I just want to make sure that that we stay as close to the intent of where these dollars are supposed to be from the start of this. This is a low-income heating assistance program, and I think that's where it should be focused, in that heating assistance for those who need it the most. So I think that maybe we need to revisit this more in coming weeks, months, and get this set before we face this type of vote again. But I do appreciate you allowing me a moment to have a couple of my quips in there, sir, and I'll yield it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for respecting my request to keep them to a reasonable number. We will now open it up to members of the Energy and Technology Committee for any discussion, comments, questions. I want to remind only members of the Energy and Technology Committee are allowed to do so at this moment. Wait for your own committee if you're not a member of the committee. Anybody who would like to say something, starting with Representative Mushinsky, welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will, of course, be supporting the federal money for the heating oil. I have a lot of constituents that need it. But I also want the committee to look at the long-term solution to this problem that we come up with every year where we're looking for additional LIHEAP money. And that is, we have to start the transition for these low-income families and housing authorities to have a more sustainable heating and cooling system. The states I've been working with over the summer are already moving in this direction. They use the federal money, but they also use some state money to do. I'll be right back. Changes in the they do changes in the actual building, especially in some of the colder states. They're using combination of heat pumps and new ductwork. And I know the new ductwork isn't paid for by the Fed, but the heat pumps are. Now we can do some combination of what other states are doing and make this an easier path for our low-income customers in the succeeding years. So I'm going to vote yes today, but I hope the committee will continue to work on transition to heat pumps and other technology, make our low-income folks' lives better from now on. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Mushinsky. Representative Meskers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you and thank the committee for the presentation today. There's no doubt that we need to approve these funds. I think the two issues that resonate with me, and I will be voting in favor, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote in favor. I think the two issues that are outstanding are basically the issue of administrative costs. I'd love to see them shifted to the general fund so that the absolute amount of LIHEAP money goes directly to the beneficiaries. I want to make sure that the agencies that help and assist the CAMs or CAIs or CAAs, that they get a full complement of funding, but from the general account. I'd like to make sure that the heating assistance in the future, that we look at that. And I'm concerned about the dealerships and the delivery of oil. I think we need to make sure that at some point that there isn't a gaming of the system, that the zone pricing and the day of delivery is the source date for when the pricing is enacted in the compensation. I don't want either the delivery men speculating, or I don't want them delaying deliveries to game the market. I think they should get paid on the day that they deliver for the oil when it's delivered at that spot price. And I think that was one of the issues that wasn't that clearly defined. But overall, I expect my support. I think you did an excellent job today. Thank you.
Thank you all. Excellent points. I want to thank you, Alex Sahente. I really love your coffee beans. Moving along, is there anybody else who would like to comment before we get to a vote? Going once, going twice. Mr. Clerk, are we ready for a roll call vote?
This is an immediate roll call vote to approve the FFY 2024 Low-Income Home Energy Assistance Program Allocation Plan. Senator Needleman.
Senator Needleman votes yes.
Representative Steinberg.
Representative Steinberg votes yes.
Senator McCrory. Representative Foster.
Representative Foster votes yes.
Senator Fazio.
Fazio votes yes.
Representative Buckby.
Buckby's yes.
Representative Ackert.
Representative Ackert votes yes.
Representative Ali Brennan.
Representative Ali Brennan votes yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Cheeseman,
Representative Cheeseman votes yes.
Representative Demko,
Representative D'Amico votes yes.
Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Representative Gresco, Representative Horn,
Horn votes yes.
Senator Marr, Senator Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
thank you, Senator. Senator Maroney,
Senator Maroney votes yes.
Representative Meskers, Representative Meskers,
Sorry about that. Representative Meskers votes yes. You
Representative
have that?
Yes, yes, Representative, thank you. Representative Mushinski,
Rubinstein votes yes.
Representative Piscopo,
Piscopo, yes.
Representative Tertiak. Is there anyone's names I have not called or anyone who has finally appeared in the room?
Yes, Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative, you are not on energy.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. Is there anyone on the Energy and Technologies Committee's names I have not called yet or anyone who has just appeared in the room? And that is the rule, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'll give you a moment in which to provide the tally.
1 second, please. That is 17 total yes and 3 absent.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The motion passes. The Energy and Technology Committee recesses.
Okay, good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the Human Services Committee. At this point, I would like to ask for a motion to approve the federal fiscal year 24 low income home energy assistance program allocation plan in concurrence with the Energy and Technology Committee.
So moved.
I'm sorry, do that again, please.
So moved, Representative Gilchrist.
Motion by Representative Gilchrist.
Seconded, Representative Hughes.
Second by Representative Hughes. Okay. So we're going to have a couple of comments first and then proceed to a vote. I will just say that we've had a big education today on one particular section of state law that has been helpful. But more broadly, I think it's very clear that we have some more work to do working with our friends and colleagues over at the Department of Social Services on the LIHEAP program. One, I just want to thank them for their work and again, in getting the online application up and running and working on us on the fuel oil dealer issues that have been the subject of a lot of conversation today. I think we're going to continue to have conversations with them about those issues moving forward. I just want to underscore a couple of other issues that were clear to me, that there's some issues with the minimum benefit level. I'm making sure that we're able to provide a benefit for deliverable fuels that folks are able to access. That going forward, we should tweak the program to adjust so that it works better in conjunction with the new low-income electric rate, and that we do a better job of incorporating LIHEAP onto the common application. And then we should look as well at funding for community action agencies. There's a lot of issues raised during the discussion. We can't address those, I think, appropriately today. but moving forward and in future budget processes, I think it's important to figure out what's a way to fund community action agencies in a way that doesn't impact the benefits that our constituents are relying on, those most in need. And with that, I will support the application today. I will say if the allocation plan is not approved or is rejected, that we have until Friday to make sure that that has a legislative sign off. If it doesn't, then that could really impede the ability of needy individuals in the state to access those needed funds and support. And with that, I would turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Gilchrist, if she has any comments.
Thank you so much, Senator Lesser. Just thank everyone for the great conversation and questions today. I echo what my good co-chair said. You know, there's still a lot of work to be done. I really appreciate the relationship we've been able to develop with the Department of Social Services and their team that's working on this. And we've been bringing folks to the table, and so we'll continue bringing folks to the table to improve on this program. But we do need to move forward because people are going to need these resources. And so I'll be voting yes today. Thank you, Senator Lesser.
Thank you, Representative. Senator Seminer, do you have any comments?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I will be voting yes today because we do need to move this forward and obviously meet the needs of our folks. However, clearly this process is broken. I'm a little disappointed with DSS in that they failed to follow the intent of the legislation that was passed this session. In addition, I feel the legislature has been reactive in this situation rather than proactive, and people are suffering as a result of it. So I hope that we will continue to make changes in the very near future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Case.
Thank you, Senator. And just a few brief comments. We've had a lot of commentary here today, and 11 years, I haven't seen a LIHEAP meeting take 5 hours, but we're here. And there was a lot of work done in committee that, we really tried to better the program in a bipartisan way. And I'm looking at page 524 of the implementer, and that's where this is all spelled out. And the commissioner and her staff have a due diligence to make sure that that pricing is done on the day it's delivered. And it's in this document. Like, once again, page 524 of the 878 page document, it's spelled out. And we did that on purpose to try to make it easier for people who deliver this to get the fuel out to the people that are in need. We understand it's a very complicated program. It is federal dollars. We don't want to change, we want to make sure we get the federal dollars to do this program. But as the commissioner and her staff know, I've been talking, there are some easier ways. And every time we come forward with LIHEAP, generally in August, there's always a lot of questions. If we can get to the table during legislative session, figure out how we can nail down some of these questions, get the answers, get it into statute, so we can get the dollars to the people instead of sitting here and talking about it and just redoing what has been done in years past. We talk about racks, we talk about where fuel is delivered, we talk about this. The fuel companies are the best ones to talk to understand that. They're getting the impacts. But when you look at it and you look at the dollar numbers, you're barely giving a tank and a half of fuel to somebody's house who on the average burns 1,600 gallons. What's going to happen after those two, that second emergency tier? And that's what we're here on Human Services, to make sure people have the safety net to move forward. But when you talk about over 35,000 more applications due to COVID and other things, and people's way of not having jobs and not having income, we needed a plan for that. And we talked about that, but there was no plan for the cliff. And guess what? We're about ready to jump off that cliff. We're coming up on a very cold winter, according to Farmer's Almanac, if you read that, or the speculators, if you read that. Last year, we were very lucky that we had a warm winter. We might not get so lucky this winter. And what happens in February when the funds are gone? Do we have a plan? And I think we need to start working on that plan and moving forward, because we're pushing more and more people to be in their homes. Whether you're elderly, we want more elderly to stay in their homes. Special needs are staying in their homes. We need to start working people before projects and make this money work to the best that it can. I think that also starts with facilitating and making the program work in an efficient way. But bottom line, when there's legislation put forward, we don't just write it to be read. We want it to be implemented. And it says on July 1st within this legislation. So I thank you. I will be supporting this today, and I look forward to working with the agency and all the stakeholders to make sure that we have a successful program and we can get those dollars out to the right people. So once again, I thank you. And I thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, for your time for talking today. That's all I got.
Very good, Representative, and no worries. Are there other members of the committee who wish to speak now? If not, oh, yes, I'm sorry, Representative Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think thank you for letting me speak. I think the conversations that were held today were very important. A lot of good points were brought out, but this is not the time at the last minute that we have to make a decision to bring out these issues. If there's issues with the community action agencies, that should be worked on way before a decision has to be made about the LIHEAP program. We are talking about people that need their oil deliveries by November 1st. We're talking about people that might get their utilities shut off by December 1st. I've worked in these programs back in the 90s. I know the work that has to be done. I didn't get paid much for doing it as the energy assistance coordinator. But if there's issues that have to do with this program, then people need to start, the legislators that are concerned about it should call DSS to the table. Let's work together and make some good decisions for next year. We can't do that at the last minute and spend almost 6 hours with concerns that have to do with the community action agencies. They do the best work they can with the minimal amount of money that they receive. And if that community action agency is not working, then you can file a complaint with the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services at the federal level so they can come in and do an investigation. There are many state offices and other agencies that don't return phone calls all the time. And we need to deal with that. But let's not spend 5 or 6 hours about a concern that we should have taken care of a long time ago. There are seniors that depend on these programs to stay warm. There are low-income families, middle-class families, working families that depend on this program. And this is not the time to bring up these issues. I am willing to sit down with anyone that wants to work with the community action agencies and how we can better them. But it's not easy to get rid of a community action agency because it's a federal statute. They were created in the 1960s with the Civil Rights Act. And I know what it is when agencies are not working. We had one in Meriden that was not working for a long time. And we took the proper steps in order to make sure that they did what they were supposed to do with the community, with federal funds that helped everyone. And we, of course, had new opportunities of Meriden, Waterbury that came in and took over the community action agency. But I will be voting on this. And again, we have to be accountable to our constituents, but I sure am not going to be sitting here November 1st and getting phone calls from my constituents because we couldn't pass a bill or a grant that is supposed to have been passed. And we only have until September 1st. Community action agencies are already taking applications because they want to get ahead of the game. They do marvelous work, excellent work. I think they're not perfect, but with the little bit of money that they get compared to private industries, they're doing a lot for the money that they're getting. So I will be supporting this. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Other comments or questions from members of the committee? I will just say just really briefly, because I know the hour is late, that we did look at moving funds over something the legislature did in 2008. It appears that might have been unconstitutional. So that's why we're not doing that. And with that, the clerk will please call the roll.
Representative Gilchrist.
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Lesser,
Yes.
Senator Seminara,
Yes.
Representative Case, Senator Gaston, Representative Dathan,
Representative Dathan votes yes.
your camera, please.
Sorry, I'm having some issues. Give me 1 second here.
Okay, I'll come back to you.
Can you see me now? Can you see me now?
Yes.
Representative Dathan votes yes.
No.
Lucy,
Representative Dathan will come back to you, okay?
yeah, Lucy,
Okay.
we still can't see you.
Senator Marr, Representative Butler,
Representative Butler votes yes.
thank you. Representative Cook,
Representative Cook votes yes.
Butler votes yes.
thank you. Representative Comey,
Yes.
Representative Exum,
Yes.
Representative Fortier,
Representative Fortier votes yes.
Representative Hughes,
Representative
Hughes
votes yes.
So
Representative Johnson,
nutrition and sugars and so forth. The other things they grew here, beans and peas. Legume.
that doesn't sound like Representative Johnson. Representative Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
thank you. Representative Kitt,
Representative Kitt votes yes.
Representative Leeper,
Representative Leeper votes yes.
Representative Santiago,
Santiago votes yes.
Representative Buckby,
Beans and yes.
thank you. Representative Ferraro,
Representative Ferraro votes yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco, Representative Pizzuto,
Representative Pizzuto votes yes.
Representative Paletta, Representative Dathan,
Representative Dathan votes yes.
thank you. Are there any other members of the Human Services Committee that would like to cast a vote that has not yet done so?
Senator Marr votes yes.
Wonderful, thank you.
Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk.
Okay, go now. Okay, so there was actually a point.
Madam Clerk, has everyone voted
I'll count. the
or
tally now.
present? Okay.
Excuse
Yes,
me,
when-
Madam Clerk, for the record, or Mr. Chairman, when Representative Johnson voted, the name on her screen was Representative Kitt. I just wanted to point that out for the record.
Rep. Johnson, can you please identify yourself so we can change your name so it's accurate for the record?
Hi, I'm Representative Johnson. I don't know why Representative Kitt keeps showing up under my name. They trying to obscure me?
All right, well, it seems like it's fixed. Could you cast your vote one more time? How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you.
How can that happen? Do you know?
Madam Clerk, Representative Kidd is here as well. You have her as well, right? Okay, good.
The real Representative Kitt, yes.
Total voting 19, those voting yea 19, those voting nay 0, those voting abstain 0, absent not voting 3. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The Human Services Committee stands in recess.
Madam Administrator, are you all set? Are you ready, Madam Administrator? Madam Administrator, I would bring the Appropriations Committee meeting to order, and I would ask for a motion on the federal fiscal year FY24 low-income home energy assistance program allocation plan. I'm looking for a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Representative Walker and seconded
Second by
by
Paris.
Representative Nuccio. And are there any comments? Seeing Representative Nuccio.
Yes, I promise to not make it long enough for you to get a steak dinner. I would just like to say, once again, I feel like we're being put into a spot where we have to vote on something without having all the information. And we can be chastised by as many legislators as we want, but I will always ask questions and concern to my residents. And when my residents aren't getting answered, I will hold the people accountable that are supposed to be accountable to the people of the state of Connecticut. And if I don't get that information in a timely enough manner to do it, it is not on my account. It is on the account of the people who provide the information to us. I will once again say, I will support this, but I am very frustrated with the fact that as of June 30th, 2020, DSS had 352 openings. As of 7/31/2023, DSS has 355 openings. There is money in DSS to pay the administrative fees, and I will not tolerate fear mongering that we are cutting funding to CAAs because that is not the intent at all. What this is that we are asking for the federal dollars to be appointed to people in need and not state organizations that do not need offsets. So I'm very frustrated with that. I will vote yes on this, and I will continue to push this issue at every meeting that I can going forward, because it is the residents and not the administrative services and the community and the departments that need this offset.
Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. I think that after listening to all of this dialogue for almost 6 hours today, that we've learned an awful lot about how we can make this process better. I do agree with my good ranking House member as well, that we should be ensuring that we are taking, whether it's federal tax dollars or state tax dollars, and applying those most effectively and to the greatest benefit to the people that we are elected to serve. Senator Kelly made comments earlier about, and we all have, I guess, throughout the course of the day in some way or another, that no one should be cold. Okay, and I think that's the reason why we're all here. It's all part of the passion that drives us, regardless of our political affiliation. So I will be voting in favor of this today, but I suggest that we put our collective minds together going forward to fix this process and not have to spend 5 hours debating something that probably could have taken 15 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank everybody for who participated in the conversations today. Yes, it did take us 5 hours, but sometimes it takes us a little while to all get together so that we hear each other. I do want to say, though, when we express our concerns about issues, it's not fear mongering, it's preventing something that could happen and hurt other people. So it's important that we listen to all the conversations at all times. We have worked hard to try and bring conversations as many as possible, and I agree. We needed to make sure that statutes that were passed by the General Assembly were effectively implemented. And because it hasn't, we are going to make sure that those things happen. And we are also going to make sure that the agencies that deliver the services for the state of Connecticut deliver it for all of us. So I thank everybody for all their conversations. Thank you, ma'am.
Are there any other comments for any members of the Appropriations Committee? Seeing none, I would just like to say at the very end that I'm happy that everybody came here today or showed up on Zoom, and that we had great participation. I think that people should, be familiar with this process, and I'm hoping that any changes can be worked out relative to a process during a regular session to address some of the concerns that happened today. And, I look forward to all votes happening on a bipartisan basis, like it appears today will be, with a totally unanimous process, voting for all of the things that we do. And I appreciate everybody's comments. And so, Madam Administrator, if you wouldn't mind calling the roll.
Senator Austin,
Senator Austin votes in the affirmative.
Representative Walker, Senator Hartley.
Senator Hartley in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am. Representative Exum,
Representative Exum votes yes.
Representative Paris,
Representative Paris votes yes.
Senator Berthel.
Good afternoon, Madam Administrator. Senator Berthel votes in the affirmative.
Good afternoon, sir. Or close to good evening, sir.
Yeah, it might be that too.
I was gonna say it's an evening, but
Representative Nuccio.
yes.
Senator Anwar,
Senator Anwar votes yes.
Representative Baker,
Representative Baker votes yes.
Representative Belinsky,
Representative Belinsky votes yay.
Representative Callahan,
Representative Callahan votes yes.
Representative Candelaria,
Representative Candelaria votes yes.
Representative Chaleski, Representative Curry,
Representative Curry votes yes.
Representative Dathan,
Representative Dayton votes yes.
Representative DiCaprio,
Representative DiCaprio votes yes.
Representative Delaney,
Representative Delaney votes yes.
Representative Delnicki, Representative Dillon,
Good evening, Madam. Representative Dillon votes yes. Gratefully.
thank you. Representative Felipe,
Representative Felipe votes yes.
Senator Flexer.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
One more time for me.
Senator Flexer votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Fonsello. Representative Garabay,
Representative Garabay votes yes.
Representative Gibson. Representative Gilchrist,
Representative Gilchrist votes yes.
Senator Gordon,
Senator Gordon votes yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Representative Gonzalez vote yes.
Oh, there you are. I recognize the top of the head, so I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Finally.
Representative Haddad. Representative Hall. Representative Harrison. Representative Hoxa. Representative Johnson.
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Khanna.
Representative Khanna votes yes.
Representative Kennedy.
Kennedy votes yes.
Senator Kushner.
Senator Kushner votes yes.
Senator Lesser.
Senator Lesser votes yes.
Senator Marks.
Senator Marks votes yes.
Representative McCarty.
Representative McCarty votes yes.
Senator McCrory.
Senator McCrory votes yes.
Representative Nolan.
Hi, Sue. Yes.
Representative Porter. Representative Osborne.
Representative Osborne votes yes.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Just so you know that said McCrory on it. You fixed it?
Oh, we fixed it.
Okay.
Representative Porter, would you vote one more time for
No,
us?
you made her Senator Porter.
Oh, please, give her,
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
Don't go anywhere. There you go, Robin.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Representative Porter votes in the affirmative.
thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Reyes.
Representative Reyes votes in the affirmative.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Representative Rosario.
Representative Rosario votes in the affirmative.
Representative Retigliano.
Rep. Tigliano votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Ryan. Representative Sanchez. Manny. Senator Slapp.
Senator Slapp votes yes.
Thank you, sir. Representative
Thank
Sim.
you. Representative Sims votes in the affirmative.
Thank you. Senator Summers.
Senator Summers votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Tersiak. Senator Winfield.
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
And Representative Zawistowski. Are there any members of the Appropriations Committee who have not yet cast their vote who would like to do so at this time? Who? Representative Gibson, if you unmute yourself, I'd be happy to take your vote, sir.
Madam Administrator, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
How would you like to
I
cast your
vote,
sir?
I like to cast it in the affirmative. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Administrator, can you give us the tally, please?
Gladly, Madam Chair. Total number voting 43, those voting yea 43, those voting nay 0, those abstaining 0, those absent not voting 10.
Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. The allocation plan as given to us has passed. And I would entertain a motion from
Moved.
from
So moved.
from Representative Walker and Representative McCarty have moved and seconded adjournment. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. For the
Aye.
committee, the Appropriations Committee stands adjourned.
The Energy and Technology Committee reconvenes. I'll entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to, I would like to reconvene the Human Services Committee. I'll take a motion to, entertain a motion to adjourn the committee this time.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by, I don't know who the motion is by. Oh,
I'm right
motion
here.
by Representative Cook. Without any opposition, second by myself, without any opposition, I was very late. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, the Human Services Committee is adjourned.
Madam Administrator, is there any other business to come before any of these committees?
No, there is not, Madam Chair, not for a little bit.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Madam Administrator. Everybody have a nice night.
Good night.
Good night. Have a wonderful evening.